last time I saw a promise broken around health care, with respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, it's when somebody said, if you like your health care, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. We found out that wasn't true. That made me the second Republican Speaker of the House since the Civil War, ladies and gentlemen, because we betrayed the promise to the American people. 2 years later, 3 years later, it actually made me a U.S. Senator, because in 2010, it had just been proposed. And just anticipation of what was going to happen was enough to have a sea change election that swept Republicans into the majority for the second time in 100 years. Now, Republicans are about to make a mistake on health care and betraying a promise. It is inescapable that this bill in its current form will betray the very promise that Donald J. Trump made in the Oval Office or in the cabinet room when I was there with finance, where he said we can go after waste, fraud, and abuse on any programs. Now, those amateurs that are advising him, not Dr. Oz, I'm talking about White House healthcare experts, refuse to tell him that those instructions that were to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse all of a sudden eliminates a government program that's called the provider tax. We have morphed a legal construct that admittedly has been abused and should be eliminated into waste, fraud, and abuse. Money laundering. Read the code. Look at how long it's been there. I was Speaker of the House. I refused to do it. When I left North Carolina, I said, we're not going to do a provider tax. I left it at 2.5%. Now it's 6%. Mistake on the part of the leadership. And frankly, I know my friends are probably going to think I'm a little bit crazy here, but I actually passed a law that made it illegal to expand Medicaid. Why did I do that? Because I was convinced someday we would be here. And I would have rather found a way to get more people on Medicaid at the standard FMAP than having this 90-10 match and watching it disappear and taking away desperately needed health care. So, Mr. President, over the course of the evening, I may look for an opportunity to speak again. But I'm telling the President that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. I love the work requirement. I love the other reforms in this bill. They are necessary, and I appreciate the leadership of the House for putting it in there. In fact, I like the work of the House so much that I wouldn't be having to do this speech if we simply started with the House mark. I've talked with my colleagues in North Carolina. I know that we can do that, and I believe that we can make sure that we do not break the promise of Donald J. Trump that he's made to the people who are on Medicaid today, Mr. President. But what we're doing, because we've got a view on an artificial deadline on July 4th that means nothing but another date and time, we could take the time to get this right if we lay down the House mark of the Medicaid bill and fix it. And I know that my friend and colleague from New Hampshire, I jumped in front of her, so I'm only going to take another minute or two. But, Mr. President, we owe it to the states to do the work to understand how these proposals affect them. How hard is that? I did it. How hard is it? How hard is it to sit down and ask the Medicaid office, ask the legislative staff, ask the Independent Hospital Association what the impact is? If there's no negative impact, what's wrong with daylight? What's wrong with actually understanding what this bill does? Mr. President, I know what it does because I spent a career implementing complex systems, and then I had the privilege of being Speaker of the House, and I implemented them in a government setting. And since I've been here, I've focused on bills and watched their implementation from the cradle until they're fully implemented. Mr. President, we owe it to the American people, and I owe it to the people of North Carolina to withhold my affirmative vote until it's demonstrated to me that we've done our homework. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that the following appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in block, calendar 198 through 249, with the exception of calendar 241, and all nominations on the Secretary's desk with the exception of PM 89. That the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. That no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also ask just for indulgence for one more minute. I ask unanimous consent that this also the following appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
This is really easy, Mr. President. Yesterday was my 38th wedding anniversary. I've convinced Susan Tillis to stay married to me for 38 years. I wish I was going to be with her and a couple of dozen family members down at the beach, but I'm doing my work here and I'm going to stay until it's done. I also want to wish my grandson that they're celebrating his second birthday today down there at that same beach house. God bless my family. I love you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to see my colleague, Senator Tillis, leave before I have a chance to tell him how much I'm going to miss him. And we have worked together on a number of things, including the Senate NATO Observer Group, and he's been a great partner, an excellent senator, and I'm sorry to hear that he's not going to be staying in this body. But, Mr. President, I'm really here on the floor to oppose the reconciliation bill that we're considering today. It would be the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in a single bill in our history. This legislation would take away health care from millions of Americans. It would cut food aid for millions more. It would raise household energy and health care bills, and it would add trillions to the debt, all to give the top not just 1%, but the top 0.1% of people who make more than $2.5 million a year an extra $250,000 a year. At a moment when Americans are struggling with the high cost of living, this bill will take money out of the pockets of working people, the average household making less than $50,000. That's 30% of Americans. So 30% of Americans will lose about $700 a year from this bill. Now, here are some of the ways that it hurts middle-class Americans, the people who I'm very proud to represent in New Hampshire. Somehow the Senate took the bad bill, or what I thought was a bad bill from the House, and they made it much, much worse. This bill is the largest cut to health care in American history. In total, the bill proposes more than $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. $930 billion of that is Medicaid alone, and because of these cuts, more than 300 rural hospitals could close. More than 500 nursing homes could close. These are core programs and services that benefit seniors, children, veterans, people living with disabilities, and working families. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that 17 million Americans, including 43,000 Granite Staters, will lose their health insurance. Now, over the past several weeks, past couple of months, I've toured New Hampshire. I've heard from countless constituents who are deeply anxious about what this bill means for them and for their families. Again and again, they have said plainly, without Medicaid, without the Affordable Care Act, they would not be here today. I heard from Danielle in Dalton, northern New Hampshire. Danielle is a proud mother of 3 sons, 2 of whom have autism. Danielle's sons rely on Medicaid for their health coverage and for their home care. Danielle is not only their full-time caregiver, she receives a stipend from Medicaid to provide for their care. And thanks to Medicaid, both of her sons are able to work part-time. They're able to live at home with their mom, and they're able to remain active in the community. This bill would put all of that at risk. Danielle says her sons could have difficulty qualifying for Medicaid under these new rules. And losing Medicaid would be catastrophic for her family because it would likely force her sons out of work, out of her home, and into a group home or institution. And so it's going to cost a lot more if that happens. Her boys are now contributing members of society, and this bill threatens not only their livelihood and their independence and their future, it threatens their dignity. I heard from Sean in Claremont. Sean shared with me his story of addiction to alcohol, cocaine, and heroin, and his long road to recovery. After several near-death experiences, he found stability in a sober living home and enrolled in Medicaid. With access to treatment, he was able to hold a job and get his life back on track. He eventually opened his own sober living home, Hope to Freedom, where he now helps others suffering from addiction so that they can enroll in Medicaid and begin their own journey to sobriety. I heard from Carla in Exeter. Carla has twin 3-year-old boys, one of whom had serious medical complications at birth. Now, she always was able to have health insurance with her job, but as her family's medical bills piled up, she enrolled her son in Medicaid to ensure that he got the care that her family could not afford and her employee-sponsored health insurance wouldn't pay for. He still needs extensive care to this day, and losing her coverage would put her family into devastating medical debt. Probably the story that I heard that touched me as much as any was from a man in Berlin in northern New Hampshire. He had had a number of substance misuse issues, mental health challenges. He said, without Medicaid, without this center, we were at a center where Medicaid helped pay to support people who needed help. He said, without this, I would just give up. I would commit suicide because there would be nothing for me. These are just a handful of the countless stories I've heard these past few months. They're about real people. This bill isn't just words on a page. It's a direct attack on not only their health and their economic security, but their very dignity, their ability to have fulfilling lives and to contribute back to their communities and to society. We owe them better than this. This bill would also make catastrophic cuts to food assistance that's provided by the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP. During this time of high food prices, of increasing food insecurity, it's particularly critical for families to be able to rely on SNAP to help them keep food on the table. One of the ways this bill cuts the program is by requiring states to pay higher costs. Now, as the former governor of New Hampshire, I can tell you how much of a burden this is on our state's budget. And there are all kinds of provisions in this bill that are nothing but massive cost shifts to states. And this is one area. The bill puts food assistance at risk for families with teenage children, as well as older adults, veterans, and individuals experiencing homelessness. In New Hampshire, an estimated 1,000 older adults could lose SNAP access. These cuts will mean increased hunger across the country. You know, we talk a lot about kitchen table issues here. Passing this bill is an explicit vote to take food off of families' kitchen tables. I heard from Rachel. She's a care coordinator at a behavioral health center in Claremont, which is in the western part of New Hampshire. She told me, and I'm quoting here, "SNAP is not just a program, it's a lifeline. For the parents I work with, it means being able to send their children to school with full stomachs and functioning minds. For caregivers struggling to make ends meet, it provides some peace of mind knowing there will be something on the table each night. And for children, many of whom are navigating mental health challenges, SNAP supports stability, dignity, and health during formative years. Without SNAP, the strain on these already vulnerable families would increase exponentially." And she goes on to say, finally, "SNAP is not a handout. It's a step forward for families working hard to survive and succeed against overwhelming odds." And on the energy front, for families concerned about energy costs, this bill only offers more pain. In addition to cutting off tremendously successful incentives for electricity that are adding reliable, affordable, and clean energy to the grid at a record pace, this bill cuts off long-standing tax credits for consumers for average everyday Americans to make energy-saving improvements to their homes or to add rooftop solar to take control of their own energy bills. After countless promises to lower people's energy bills, this legislation would do just the opposite. Last year, 2.3 million families took advantage of the home energy efficiency tax credit and cut an average $130 off of their yearly energy bills. Now, that may not sound like a lot to the Mar-a-Lago crowd, but it makes a big difference for families in New Hampshire who worry about how they're going to heat their homes. American households are expected to pay an extra $170 billion in energy bills over the next 10 years thanks to misplaced priorities in this bill. And add to that 1.5 million good jobs that are likely to go away. And it makes you wonder if supporters of this bill have actually read it or if they actually care about American energy dominance. And on taxes, this bill spends more than $4 trillion on tax cuts, including nearly $1 trillion in new tax breaks for the biggest corporations. But for taxpayers earning less than $30,000 a year, they would see an average tax increase. Let me say that again, because I didn't say that quite right with the right emphasis. For taxpayers earning less than $30,000 a year, they would see an average tax increase in 2029. And these are the same families who are going to be harmed most by extreme cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. Families making under $50,000 are likely to be worse off, and some could lose more than $1,500 a year under this bill. So if you add to that the effects of Trump's tariffs, which raised the cost of living for a typical family by $2,000 a year, this makes it even worse for families. So the bottom 80% of households, those making less than $175,000, will be worse off on average under this bill. Now, I've talked about how this bill makes families pay more for health care, for energy and food, in order to give more money to billionaires. But there are a few other things that people should know. First, because of the trillions of dollars this bill would add to the debt, interest rates are likely to go up. That adds more than $1,000 a year for a typical mortgage. This bill makes it harder for students to afford the cost of college, and it removes debt protections for students who have been defrauded by their schools. And this bill actually tries to prohibit states from regulating AI for the next 10 years, making it that much harder to keep our kids safe online and to protect jobs from being lost to the use of this technology. You know, I was first elected to the New Hampshire State Senate more than 30 years ago. This bill that we're considering today would do more harm to more people than any other law I have seen in my entire time in public office. This bill makes having a family more expensive by raising the costs of energy, health care, and education. This bill takes food and health care away from seniors and families, and it does all of that. It does all of that to give trillions of dollars more to corporations and to the wealthiest, and it explodes our deficit in the process. That's not what the people of New Hampshire are asking for, and it's not what Americans deserve. And so to my colleagues in the Senate, I say this. At a moment when Americans are feeling squeezed by the cost of living, we should be doing something about that. Instead of gutting health care to pay for tax cuts, we should be expanding access to affordable quality care. Instead of turning our backs on working parents, we should be making housing more affordable, and we should ensure that every child has access to high-quality, affordable early education. Instead of cutting nutrition programs, let's make sure that no child in America goes hungry. Instead of driving up food and energy prices, let's invest in the programs that help American families succeed. President Trump calls this the big, beautiful bill, but it is a big betrayal of the American people. There's nothing beautiful about taking away health care and food from working families to give more money to billionaires. So I intend to vote against this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I don't believe you can serve in the United States Senate without being at least an amateur student of history. You're overwhelmed in this chamber, which is where the Senate has met since 1859, to reflect on all of the things that have occurred in the past, and you remember your own experience there as well. I certainly do. This is my 29th year of service in the Senate, and I think back this evening of some of the things which I've witnessed and still stick with me. I can still see that door open and Ted Kennedy walk through it, summoned from his deathbed in Massachusetts to cast a deciding vote on the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. He wouldn't miss it, even if it meant he was going to die in the process. I think of that door over there when President Trump in his first term tried to basically eliminate the Affordable Care Act, and it was saved at the last minute at 2 o'clock in the morning when John McCain came through those doors, stood in the well right by that table to the Republican side, and cast his vote no. He couldn't raise his arm. It had been damaged so badly when he served as a prisoner of war during Vietnam, but you knew how decisive his gesture was. And he saved health care for millions of Americans. There were other moments as well that I can reflect on. But the point I'd like to get to is this. There was a speech a few minutes ago on the floor of the United States Senate which every senator should have heard, particularly every Republican senator. A senator from North Carolina gave a speech, Senator Tillis, and explained why he had decided to vote against this Republican budget plan, this reconciliation bill. He explained it in a thoughtful and comprehensive and convincing way. That before he made his decision, he turned to Republicans in the state and Democrats and a neutral third party to analyze the bill. And he concluded, Mr. President, after that study, that careful study, that this measure, this changes in Medicaid and Medicare and other health programs would be a disaster for the state of North Carolina. He'd made it clear before tonight that he was going to vote against this bill. And he made it clear this morning that he's preparing to retire from the Senate. I felt his statement was compelling, and I'm sorry there weren't other members on the Republican side, at least one, beyond the presiding officer present, to hear it. It's seldom that you hear a speech on the floor of the Senate that you know is so personal and so heartfelt and so meaningful as the statement made by Senator Tillis earlier. He made a decision which will be widely reported, I'm sure. and showed a level of political courage which you seldom see in this chamber. He basically said, in a positive way, that the president was wrong in believing that this wouldn't hurt ordinary people. This Republican measure, which is before us tonight, tomorrow, is going to hurt a lot of people. We estimate that 16 million American families will lose their health insurance as a result of this measure that's on the floor today. I've said it before, but I want to repeat it. If you have ever been the father of a new baby with a serious medical problem and you have no health insurance, you'll never forget that moment as long as you live. I know, I've been there. I went to the charity ward of Children's Hospital here as a student at Georgetown Law School with my wife and baby, and we waited in line to see which doctor would walk through the door and see my baby and save her life. You feel that you let everybody down in the world at that point, that you don't have health insurance when you need it so badly. It means so much to you. This bill is designed to take health insurance away from 11 million families in America. 11 million families in America in a period of time will not have the peace of mind that they have access to the best care because they will have lost their health insurance. What is it about Donald Trump taking away coverage of health care? Why has this become the trademark of the Donald Trump Republican Party? He did it in his first term, or tried to, and John McCain stopped him. And now he's trying to do it again. The question is whether Senator Tillis and his Republican colleagues can muster enough courage to step up and find 4 Republican senators who will say, no. No, I'm not going there. I don't want it on my conscience or my record that I took health insurance away from so many American people. Now, you may argue, Durbin, you're a Democrat, and I am. And your arguments have to be tempered because you're so partisan, so political. Surely it isn't as bad as you just said it was. Well, let me read something to you. It's from a group called the American Cancer Society. I'm sure you've heard of them. This is their Cancer Action Network, and it's a letter to the Senate from Lisa Lacasse, president of the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And here's what she says about the measure that's pending before us now that we're being asked to vote on. From the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Quote, history will be made with this vote. Congress has one last chance to stop this unprecedented attack on access to health care for millions of Americans, including cancer patients and survivors. Congress can say no to terminating health coverage for nearly 11 million people who will have no other affordable option available to them if this bill passes. Currently, 1 in 10 people with a history of cancer have Medicaid coverage, including 1 in 3 kids who are newly diagnosed with cancer. We know having quality health coverage is one of the most significant factors in whether someone survives a cancer diagnosis. Voting for this bill means voting to rip the chance of survival away from real people. She goes on to say, simply put, this bill will mean more Americans are living sicker and dying sooner. And then she said, lives are on the line. So if you're skeptical about anything that I say because of my partisan background, I understand it. But for goodness sakes, from the American Cancer Society, to have such a definitive statement made that this measure that we're being asked to vote on is going to harm innocent people, men, women, and children. That's a fact. And Mr. President, I might add another short message that we received from the Children's Hospital Association. The Children's Hospital Association. Matthew Cook is their president and CEO. And here's what he says about this bill that is pending. The new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide. And we ask Congress to oppose it as an act of support for American children. This bill goes much too far. The bill amounts to fewer doctors and nurses to see your child, longer wait times, and sicker children. We know that the impacts of poor pediatric health care reverberate for a lifetime. From the Children's Hospital Association. Neither of these organizations are partisan organizations. And they have confirmed what Senator Tillis said earlier on behalf of the state of North Carolina and what those of us on this side of the aisle are saying all along. Why would we risk the lives and well-being of so many children, so many American families? What is it about the $1 trillion which we will take out of the healthcare system in America that is so pressing, so demanding that we're willing to make these big risks? I'll tell you what it is. It is the extension of tax breaks. Tax breaks for the wealthiest people. Oh, Durbin, you Democrats always talk about billionaires and millionaires. That can't be true. Senator Angus King is here. He told me that he did an analysis of the actual tax breaks. And if I remember correctly, if you do a cutoff of income of $400,000 a year and said anyone over that figure is not going to receive any tax break, you would reduce the cost of this tax program by 60% or more. 60% or more. So when we talk about tax breaks for the wealthiest people in America, that's exactly what this is about. I want to give tax breaks, if I can, to working families who struggle from paycheck to paycheck. But for goodness sakes, a $346,000 tax cut for Elon Musk, the richest man on earth? What are we thinking? And I just want to make a quick reference to two states that have an experience coming with this bill, which will be dramatic. One is Kansas. In Kansas, 360,000 individuals rely on Medicaid coverage. 56% of them are children. But with this bill, 89,000 people in Kansas are going to lose their health insurance. In Kansas, Medicaid covers 1/3 of births, 58% of nursing home residents. What happens when Medicaid does not pay for enough money into the nursing home to keep your mother under good care, or your father, or someone in your family? What do you do next? Well, you exhaust the savings that are available to your family. And if that isn't enough, what's next? I don't know, but when I grew up as a kid, there was a spare bedroom in my grandparents' home for brothers and sisters who had no place else to go. I suppose that's going to happen to some families. Already 28 rural hospitals in Kansas are at immediate risk of closure. To think that this measure would have no impact on those families and those communities is just plain wrong. In the adjoining state of Missouri, which I grew up across the river in Mississippi River, grew up in Illinois, I grew up across the river from St. Louis, Missouri, 1.2 million individuals rely on Medicaid coverage. 50% are children. With this bill, 250,000 people in Missouri are projected to lose their health insurance. Medicaid covers 40% of births in Missouri, 65% of nursing homes. Already 10 rural hospitals in Missouri are at immediate risk of closure. Mr. President, you know as well as I do what happens in small town America, rural America, when they close the hospital. It is devastating, not just because you don't have access to quality health care, because you just lost a major economic engine for that community. Try to attract a new business to that town after the hospital closes, and watch what you run into. It is that devastating. And that is the reality of this approach. And why are we doing it? What is the national emergency that calls on us to make this change? Tax breaks for the wealthiest people in America. That is what's motivating the Republicans now. I want to close and just say thank you to Senator Tillis. He's shown extraordinary courage. The question is whether others will join him, whether 4 Republican senators will step up and say enough. I've heard enough, I've seen enough, I believe this is wrong. There are ways we can help people who need a tax break rather than the wealthiest people that won't damage so many families, 11 million, 16 million, whatever the number turns out to be, who lose health insurance. I hope that we come to our senses and do it soon. I hope that what Senator Tillis said on the floor will inspire members of his own caucus to listen carefully, to know that he speaks the truth, and he has taken great political risk to say it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Thank you. I am proud to join my Midwestern colleagues today to draw attention to what is happening in our states if this bill were to come to pass. And so I rise today on behalf of the 17 million Americans who are poised to have their health care terminated because of the Republicans' disastrous budget bill. And while I'm laser focused on the nearly 260,000 Wisconsinites whose health care will be placed in jeopardy by this measure, I realize that so many Americans who reside in states that are represented by Republicans don't have a voice in this fight right now on this Senate floor. You know, I have traveled my state extensively listening to people talk about how this bill would impact them and their families. And I've shared those stories. I've uplifted those stories, sometimes right here on the Senate floor, and sometimes in other ways. But I know that my Republican colleagues are getting the same influx of phone calls and letters that I'm getting from parents of children with disabilities, from the elderly, and folks who are working hard but just can't keep up. These are constituents who are downright scared that they will have a rug pulled out from under them. And I know my Republicans are hearing from their rural hospitals and their pediatricians who are clear about what this bill will mean for their ability to keep their doors open and to care for their patients. According to reports, my colleague from Kentucky even admitted as much behind closed doors last week, saying that, "I know a lot of us are hearing from people back home about Medicaid, but rather than committing to join us in this fight," he said, "they'll get over it," and urged his colleagues to forge ahead with this bill. Well, if my Republican colleagues won't fight for these Americans, I think it's well past time that some of us do. And that is why I'm proud to be standing with my Midwestern Democratic colleagues to do and say something about it. I'm here to stand up for the over 500,000 Midwestern Americans in Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, the Dakotas, whose health care is on the chopping block if Republicans jam through this terrible budget bill. In just those 6 states alone, over 340,000 Americans will lose their Affordable Care Act coverage, and over 225,000 Americans will be kicked off Medicaid if the Republicans get their bill and their way. In Iowa, over 100,000 Americans' care could be on the chopping block, including over 58,000 Americans whose families rely on Medicaid. When we talk about hundreds of thousands of people losing health care coverage, it can sometimes get lost that this actually means people, not numbers. The numbers we're talking about are people. They have faces, they have stories, they have families, and they matter. Take Patrick Kearns, a registered nurse in Iowa City at the VA Medical Center and father of 2 adult children with disabilities. He told the Des Moines Register, "My children are not scamming a system. The idea that they're somehow gaming the system at the detriment to the rest of society, especially when people like Elon Musk are using words like parasite to describe my children? Anger doesn't quite encompass how I feel," he continued. "I just find it shocking that you would go after truly the most vulnerable people as if they are somehow conducting fraud. These folks are barely surviving." In Kansas, where nearly 90,000 Americans' health coverage is at risk, including 18,000 Kansans on Medicaid, Kathy and Jacob shared the story of their adopted sister, Maria, who suffered a traumatic brain injury at just 7 weeks old. Because of Medicaid, the family could afford at-home nursing services before their sister passed away in 2024. Jacob told the Kansas Reflector, "This is not right or left. This is truly a human right. Yes, we want to get rid of fraud. People using the support that's not fraud, that's called helping people live the best life in the most respectful and dignified way possible." In Missouri, 250,000 Americans' care is on the chopping block, including over 100,000 with Medicaid. In the suburb of St. Louis, Sandra told the Kaiser Family Foundation Health News that she worries about her 24-year-old daughter, Sarah, and the 24-hour care she needs, including in-home nursing. Sandra said, "I really and truly don't know what I would do if we lost the Medicaid home care. I have no plan whatsoever. It is not sustainable for anyone to do infinite 24-hour care without dire physical health, mental health, and financial consequences, especially as we parents get into our elder years." In Nebraska, 74,000 people could lose coverage, including 26,000 Americans on Medicaid. Dr. Ann Anderson Berry, who works at the Children's Hospital in Omaha, Nebraska, told Nebraska Public Media that these cuts would greatly harm those in Nebraska's rural communities. According to Dr. Anderson Berry, this is not just a health care issue. It's a workforce issue, an education issue, and economic issues. Communities without access to safe childbirth cannot attract or retain young families. They struggle to grow and they suffer generational consequences. Nebraska simply deserves better. Our rural families deserve better. Cutting Medicaid may save money on a spreadsheet, but it will cost lives in real communities and put the expensive burden of care back on our communities. In South Dakota, 31,000 Americans' insurance is at risk under this bill, including 12,000 Americans on Medicaid. Retired family physician Tom Dean from Wessington Springs shared his concerns about what the cuts to Medicaid will mean for nursing homes and the health of moms and babies. He told the South Dakota Searchlight, "I'm really frightened about the impact it will have on nursing homes. Medicaid is a major payer for prenatal, delivery, and postpartum care, and that's a major concern, especially in rural areas." I know that my Republican colleagues are hearing these stories from their constituents, and we need to make sure that they can't ignore them. These stories and the people behind them make all the difference in this fight to protect Medicaid. I'm proud to give them a voice in the Senate as my Republican colleagues continue their crusade to rip away health care from 17 million Americans. The American people don't like this bill, and that includes Americans who live in red, blue, and purple states. We're going to keep ringing the alarm bells on behalf of Americans in every corner, every part of this nation, and protect the critical coverage working families need and deserve. Lives depend upon it. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today along with my colleagues from Illinois and from Wisconsin, and you just heard from Senator Baldwin, about the effect of this budget bill on the Midwest. I guess I'd start by asking the same questions that our colleague, Senator Tillis, who just announced he wasn't going to seek re-election after the president threatened him with a primary, and after he took a vote and had the audacity to ask the questions that had to be asked about this bill. And you heard him today. He talked about how he had talked to the hospital association in his state, how he had talked to the governor's office, how he had gotten the actual data on the effects of Medicaid in North Carolina. And then he asked the questions, how hard is it to see the impact of these proposals? And he asked, what's wrong with putting a little daylight on what's going on here? So that's what I'm going to do in my few minutes here. Put a little Midwestern daylight on what's going on here. That is that under this bill, 17 million people would be kicked off their health care because of the Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act changes. That was 16 million people until we got the updated numbers from the Congressional Budget Office. That's a nonpartisan group. It also drives $4 trillion in debt. It used to be 3.4. Now it's up to $4 trillion. And what will that mean? That will mean big time in the Midwest, where I have so many of my own constituents wanting to buy their first house. It's going to mean major increased interest rates. It's going to mean difficulty in buying all kinds of things for which you would take out loans, or for small businesses. All for giving a bunch of tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. $400,000 for multi-millionaires. Our colleagues are going to raise costs and take health care and food away from millions of Americans. So my colleagues have talked about, Senator Baldwin and Senator Durbin, talked about the effect that this bill has in the Midwest when it comes to health care, the closing of the rural hospitals. The Midwest has a huge number of these rural hospitals, about half of them that be forecast to close. She talked about the Medicaid cuts. So I'm going to talk about a different piece of this, and this is the impact of cuts to food assistance. There is no avoiding the facts. Here they are. About a month ago, the House passed a budget bill, as you know, that cut nutrition assistance by nearly $300 billion. It put the country on track to eliminate SNAP for 4 million Americans and reduce benefits for millions more. I was hopeful that we would go in another direction. And while there were some changes made by the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee that I appreciated, it still amounts to over $185 billion in cuts from the SNAP program. And let me remind you that the vast majority of people on SNAP are older Americans, people with kids, veterans, people with disabilities. We were just out on the Senate steps with a number of those people and the groups that they represent and faith leaders talking about this very subject. Why them? Why give tax cuts to the wealthy on their backs? We know that the impact of the big, beautiful betrayal of a bill will be even more stark in the Midwest. In the Midwest, here are some examples. Americans use SNAP benefits. Nearly 155,000 people in Nebraska. And let's face it, that is not the biggest population state, but 155,000 Nebraskans use SNAP. About 190,000 people in Kansas, 260,000 people in Iowa, 660,000 people in Missouri, 700,000 people in the state of Wisconsin. Senator Baldwin just talked about the impact of health care there, but 700,000 people and my neighbors in Wisconsin. Nearly 1.5 million people in Michigan use SNAP. And in Minnesota, 450,000. So yes, those people will be affected greatly by this faux shift to the state. And unfortunately, while we tried to fight part of this, the state shift, we were not able to get that changed in the last few days. This means certain states, I'm just going to give you some examples, hundreds of millions of dollars are supposed to shift over to states in the Midwest when 41 of the 50 states in our country have balanced budget amendments. So what are they supposed to do? Cut infrastructure? Cut law enforcement? When the majority of these cuts, and this is why this is such funny math, are shifts to the states. And it's why governors, especially in the Midwest, Governor Kelly in the state of Kansas has been speaking out big time on this, why they are so concerned about these shifts. In addition, and this is not something everyone thinks about when they think about SNAP, but we think about it big time in the Midwest, farmers and grocers. Over a third of America's farmland is located in the Midwest. That includes more than 722,000 farm operations, which is more than 1/3 of farms nationwide. So why would farmers care about this? Well, they will lose revenue because Americans won't be able to buy their products. And that loss, that's a SNAP program, right? It buys food from America, just like international organizations were buying food from America with USAID. That's been cut. Or the Trump tariffs, which dry up markets in places all over the world because of retaliatory tariffs. That's hitting our farmers. Input costs, inflation, you name it. And now this on top of it. In addition, this is going to be a big hit to our grocers. In many rural counties throughout the Midwest, their independent grocery store is the lone grocer in the country, in the county. So in 76 counties nationwide, they don't even have a single grocery store. And half of those are in the Midwest. I recently visited an employee-owned grocery store in rural Long Prairie, Minnesota. Population, 3,600. Businesses like that operate on tight margins, and they usually serve not just that county, as you could see from the numbers I just provided you, but with the surrounding counties, or they may be the only one in town. Businesses like that, the cuts to SNAP, it's pretty significant because that's sometimes the margin on which they're able to stay alive as a business. This would make it harder and more expensive for those grocery stores. It could put them out of business, that's for sure. That's what the grocery stores believe. But it also hurts the individual people in their areas because in the rural areas, you have an overwhelming number of seniors, you've got an overwhelming number of veterans, and you have just an overwhelming number of the people who are using these kinds of grocery stores. So SNAP supports hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in wages at these independent grocers, farms, other industries, including more than 1,700 jobs in Nebraska, more than 1,900 jobs in Kansas, more than 2,600 jobs in Iowa, more than 7,000 jobs in Missouri, more than 6,000 jobs in Wisconsin, more than 13,000 jobs in Michigan, more than 4,000 jobs in Minnesota. We know that from farmers and truckers to local grocers, for every dollar invested in SNAP, about $1.50 of economic activity is generated nationwide. For many Midwesterners, this bill would make the difference between having a grocery store in their region or not. I mentioned the shift of billions of dollars of costs to states that will blow holes through the state budget. They won't be able to afford it. And sadly, our Republican colleagues know this because 44 states have this balanced budget rule. And they're going to be forced to choose between paying the cost for food and paying for critical services. That is why 23 Democratic governors, all of them, just laid out in a letter to Congress. These cuts don't just increase state costs, they make it nearly impossible for states to effectively plan for these long-term budget impacts. Those are governors from Kentucky, with Governor Beshear, to Arizona, with Governor Hobbs. Across the entire nation, we heard from these governors. Not to mention the governors such as Governor Pritzker in Illinois and Governor Walz in Minnesota and Governor Kelly in Kansas and Governor Whitmer in Michigan. Based on 2023 figures, ready for this? The House and Senate version of this bill would shift, and it varies because the bills are different, but this is how much money we're talking to. Between $16 million and $49 million onto the state of Nebraska. Between $61 million and $101 million in costs onto Kansas. Imagine the budget. And there's suddenly, oh, you got to do an extra $60 million. Too bad you have a balanced budget amendment. Up to $26 million in costs onto Iowa. between $225 million and $376 million onto the state budget in Missouri, up to $68 million in costs onto Wisconsin, where Governor Evers was also a signator of this letter, between $456 and $761 million in costs onto Michigan, and between $43 million and $128 million in costs onto Minnesota. And those numbers are on top of an increased administrative cost shift to states. It used to be 50-50, now it's 75-25. Hello, states, you with strapped budgets, we're now making you pay 75% of administrative costs, which would make it even harder for states to invest in the staff training and upgraded financial systems that would make the program more sound and reduce payment errors. It's not just the state budgets that will be affected. In many states, including Minnesota and Wisconsin, it is counties rather than the states that run the SNAP program. So I had a visit from some of the rural counties, and they talk about living off a margin, a thin margin, trying to help their taxpayers, trying to get this done. In states like Minnesota and Wisconsin that believe in strong local government, big surprise, our states and a number of other sort of states with bigger rural areas have decided we'd rather have the counties do this. So now these cost shifts will go directly to these county governments, and you would not believe the numbers of what they would have to do to increase their taxes in these rural counties. They said, we can't do that. So if that happens, they will have to raise their local property taxes or cut county services. In the past, we have said that if you're raising kids or taking care of an older relative, we're going to help you feed your family, even if you don't have a job. This reconciliation bill would change that. It would withhold food assistance from families raising kids over the age of 13 and adults 55 and up if they don't meet the new requirements. The Senate bill also eliminates an existing exemption for veterans, homeless people, and former foster youth, an exemption my Republican colleagues supported in the Fiscal Responsibility Act just 2 years ago. So this is a shift among the party. The Republican Party actually said this was a good idea to have exemptions for vets and homeless people and former foster youth. Not anymore. These are people who are already struggling, veterans who have sacrificed to serve our country. I believe that when our veterans signed up to serve, there wasn't a waiting line, and when they're in this country and they need help with food, or they need a job, or they need a home, there shouldn't be a waiting line in the United States of America. So everyone that I've talked to about this, just as Senator Tillis was saying about Medicaid in North Carolina, and I've spent time on this. I visit all 87 counties in my state every year. I'm up to 49. So I've been able to talk to people who aren't political, who are Republicans, talk to people I just run into in rural grocery stores, in the vegetable line. I mean, I have talked to a ton of people. And what they have said to the store managers, to the food shelf volunteers, to those that take SNAP, this isn't a good idea. That's what the public opinion polls say. Fox News poll, 60% of people say this bill is a bad idea. 2 to 1 say it's going to help wealthy people and not them. Well, they're right about that. This is a betrayal of the middle class, and it only takes 4 of our colleagues, and 4 in the House, by the way, to stand up and say, we need to rewrite this thing. Let's start over. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I rise today to express my strong opposition to the devastating and dangerous tax and spending bill that Senate Republicans are trying to jam through this weekend on a party line vote. A bill that will gut essential programs like Medicaid and SNAP just to pay for even more tax breaks for billionaires. So let's be clear about what's happening here. This big, beautiful betrayal, it isn't about fiscal discipline, it's fiscally reckless. It isn't about responsibility or doing what's best for average Americans. It's about misguided priorities. It's about giving more to the ultra-wealthy on the backs of hard-working families. This bill will take away health care and food assistance from people and families who need it most, just so D.C. Republicans can pay more for tax cuts for those who need them the least. D.C. Republicans want to have more tax cuts for those who need them the least. Once again, Republicans in Congress are putting the interests of the ultra-wealthy above the needs of hardworking families, children with disabilities, seniors, and Americans who rely on Medicaid each and every day. Earlier this year, I held a roundtable in Las Vegas with Nevada families who rely on Medicaid. For them, Medicaid is not just a talking point. They're not simply pay-fors in a budget bill. Medicaid is a lifeline. It literally keeps their children alive. I talked to people like Jessica, whose daughter Kay, well, she's 4 years old. She was born with Down syndrome and was recently diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Jessica relies on Medicaid to help cover the cost of weekly physical, speech, and occupational therapies for Kay, all of which are responsible, well, they're helping her learn to walk, to use utensils, to write her own name. Imagine when her mother sees her write her own name. It's a proud moment. Kay also has a cardiologist and an endocrinologist to manage conditions related to her Down syndrome. Medicaid covers these doctors. It covers her insulin. It covers the insulin pump that allows Jessica to manage her daughter's diabetes around the clock, well, because Kay can't communicate when her blood sugar is dangerously low or high. And Jessica said something at that roundtable I'll never forget. And I quote, "I can't imagine losing Medicaid. Obviously, I'm going to have to try to give up something because I'm not going to let her go without insulin and the life-saving care she needs. And I can't even imagine to think about what I'd have to cut or what I'd have to do in order to pay for the life-saving care that she needs and deserves." Christy, another Nevada mom, was also at that round table. Her daughter Sadie's 13. She's been bravely battling an aggressive form of leukemia for the past 2 years. Since her diagnosis, Sadie has spent more than 1.5 years in and out of the hospital undergoing treatment for her cancer, all covered, thankfully, by Medicaid. Sadie's father, well, he passed away during the COVID pandemic, sadly. And Christy became Sadie's sole caregiver and sole provider. Medicaid, it's critical, and simply put, it is life-saving. So why are Republicans looking to cut it? So billionaires can get another tax break? So that Republican lawmakers can hand out trillions of dollars in tax giveaways to the wealthiest 1%, while thousands of people lose access to life-saving care? The cuts proposed to Medicaid, well, they're going to affect veterans and Nevadans with cancer who can't work and will be kicked off their health insurance, the insurance that they need to stay alive. It'll kick the family caregiver who takes care of both her aging parents, maybe off her own coverage. The majority of adults on Medicaid already work, and Republicans are counting on savings from these hardworking Americans losing coverage too because of paperwork. The paperwork is just going to be so bureaucratic, so full of red tape. The goal is to make it so hard, so damn burdensome that nobody can do it. No one can go to work, take care of their sick loved one, be sick themselves. They're hoping they drop off, even if they technically qualify. This is where they find their savings. Aren't we supposed to cut red tape and improve the lives of our constituents? And so this is just cruel. It's a lose-lose situation. People can't work because they have a life-threatening illness, or they're working and they miss the complicated new paperwork, or people are hoping that they can't do, so they'll drop off, and that's where they'll find the savings. They'll lose their health insurance, and maybe they'll drop off, and they'll lose their life too. All for a tax break for the wealthiest, for the billionaire cabinet of our current president. Mr. President, this is just shameful. This bill would also slash SNAP, as my colleagues before me have told you some of the statistics. SNAP, the nutrition program that helps nearly 1 in 6 Nevadans put food on the table. Most of these recipients are children. When they cut this program, you tell me what our families supposed to do. You tell me what families are supposed to do when they cut food assistance. How are they going to put food on the table? What will they say to their hungry children? Sorry, kids, you have to go hungry so billionaires can get a tax break? This just can't be right. This just can't be right. And it doesn't stop there. This bill threatens thousands of good-paying union jobs in Nevada, across our country, by letting critical tax credits for solar, for wind projects expire before those projects can even get off the ground. You know, in Nevada, we have more solar jobs per capita, more than any other state in the nation. And we have enough solar energy to power nearly 1.3 million homes. It's a growing, terrific industry in Nevada. We need all the energy we can get at an affordable price. And this bill is going to decimate this important and growing industry, not just in my state, but in states across this country. And on top of that, Republicans have added an additional new tax on wind and solar projects. It just won't kill the industry. Like I said, it's going to raise prices on hard-working families who are already paying too much for their energy. I thought we're supposed to be lowering prices, creating opportunities, expanding, and investing in our infrastructure and in our nation. But this bill is going to add more taxes, slash products, and raise energy prices for hardworking families. And all of this is causing companies across the country to stall or cancel projects over the uncertainty of losing access to the tax credits. This means fewer jobs, less investment, and just more families wondering actually how they're going to make ends meet. And we're talking about an industry that supports nearly 280,000 American workers, electricians, technicians, construction crews. I could go on and on about all the jobs that are in our solar and wind industry. And we're pulling the rug right out from under them, and killing thousands, hundreds of thousands of clean energy jobs. Again, I'm going to remind you, all of this for one purpose and one purpose alone: to give tax breaks to billionaires. So anyone who supports this bill is not pro-worker. They're not looking out for underdogs, for hardworking families. They're just focused on making the rich, well, richer. And I'm not going to stand by and let families lose access to their health care, to their food assistance, to their jobs. Also, billionaires can pad their pockets. And I want to remind people what we did when we used the reconciliation process. We expanded health insurance subsidies, and for the first time, we gave Medicare the authority to negotiate for lower drug prices for our seniors. We invested in our clean energy future. We cut costs for families instead of cutting lifelines. And this D.C. Republican bill is extreme. It's cruel, and it's not what the American people want. People want lower costs. People want economic security. Parents want their kids to have care when they're sick and a fair shot to thrive. They don't want their future sold off to billionaires. So I say to my Republican colleagues, please don't turn your backs. Please don't turn your backs on families who need you, who need this the most. I want you to come look at my Nevada moms and my Nevada dads in the eyes and tell them they don't matter, that their children don't matter, that their lives of their kids don't matter because they won't get the care they need. And I shudder to think of the consequences. Please come to Nevada, sit with these parents and tell them that they don't matter. I don't know how you could face them and gut Medicaid to give billionaires a tax cut, but that's what you're about to do. And the American people deserve better. And I will fight every single step of the way to make sure that they get it. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
The senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief. I promised Senator Hollen, I'm sorry, Senator. It's going to be about 5 minutes. This is an easy one. Number one, I should have probably said this earlier. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I completely disagree with the narrative of the billionaire taxes. Folks, this is actually reducing or making sure that we don't raise taxes on people like me that grew up in trailer parks, didn't get my degree till I was 37, struggled to make ends meet. Those people benefit from that. I've read the bill. I think most of you know I'm detail-oriented. It's not what it seems. So I also should thank Senator Crapo. He's a good friend, great leader. I should have thanked him for the hard work that he's doing. I got a little bit focused on the Medicaid failed baseline that's in the bill, but I should have started with that. So thanks to Mike Crapo and to Senator Thune, who I admire as our leader. Mr. President, I'm here to talk about the production tax credit and the investment tax credit, though. It's another classic example where think tanks and people that haven't worked a day in business are setting policy in the White House without a clue about what they're potentially doing to our grid. A lot of people probably, I had Alex Weinstein, who is a self-described philosopher and expert in this area, in my office, talking with 3 people, practitioners that actually work in it. One of them is someone who specializes in power purchase agreements for large businesses. Walmart's one of the most sophisticated buyers of electrons in the world. They map out their power requirements years in advance. They want to make sure that their food doesn't spoil and they got power running. They've already made several power purchase agreements with projects underway, folks. And this bill is basically gutting it. Instead, and everybody's high-fiving. What's amazing to me, Mr. President, is the mark that we laid down the other day almost achieved the same level of cuts in the House bill within $30 billion. Within $30 billion. And instead of thinking that was progress, somebody got cute and decided to take away in construction and put it in service. Let me tell you why that's disingenuous. I was a partner at Price Waterhouse, worked in the utilities practice, large utilities like TECO, Duke, Florida Progress, AEP. I know this industry. I understand base load. I understand peaking, and I understand this technology, which is increasingly becoming viable because of storage as a part of augmenting base load. Well, now we've got the Walmarts and all of these data centers and everything that we want to bring back on shore, putting in these power purchase agreements teed to these projects like solar in particular, like wind and other innovative, renewable natural gas, methane, hydrogen. I can go on. But somebody, a self-described philosopher in a think tank that I admire a lot, but I realized if you're a philosopher and you're in a think tank, you by definition have never worked in an operational role. So you can't possibly understand what happens to this pipeline of power purchase agreements and the future of our grid. So here's what's going to happen. Wipe it clean. Put an excise tax in. Effectively throw the football in the end zone, spin it, and walk away and do the party dance. And what you have done is create a blip in power service because there isn't going to be a gas-fired generator anytime soon. Folks, the generator's necessary to create power with gas, best case 5 years from now. That's best case. 5 years from now. So you can't get that online at the same time this whole pipeline is going down. So I want that philosopher to tell me that he understands how to plan out power over time and to let me know that when all these projects fail, some will make it, some will get subsidized, some will go bankrupt, so it won't be Armageddon, but it's going to be a problem. So they better get it right. It's another example, folks, when you rush a bill and you don't think through the implementation, you don't get it right. And so I hope that my colleagues recognize it's half-baked. It's another reason why we should go back to the House, Mark, get Medicaid right, so I can come on the floor and tell my colleagues on the other side of the aisle why they're wrong on all the attributes of the House, Mark, why they are wrong on some of their characterizations of the tax bill, and why they will be wrong on an energy policy that makes sense. But I have to vote against the bill from my own party that I have never parted from before, because we're rushing to an arbitrary deadline with people who have never worked a day in this industry, maybe philosophized and written a few white papers on it, but haven't gotten their hands dirty. I have, and this is another segment of the bill that needs to change. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
The senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, Donald Trump likes to call the bill that Republicans are trying to rush through this Senate the big, beautiful bill. Well, it's big, all right. It took the Senate clerk nearly 16 hours to speed read through it. But it is only beautiful if you're a billionaire or otherwise very wealthy in America. For everybody else, this is a big, ugly betrayal of a bill. Betrayal because tax cuts for billionaires are coming at the expense of virtually everyone else. Now, I agree with many of the things my colleague from North Carolina, Senator Tillis, just said. But I've also read the bill. And if you look at the bill, the tax benefits overwhelmingly go to the very highest income earners in the United States of America. 50% of those tax benefits go to just the top 5%. So this is a choice that is being made by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress to give to billionaires additional tax handouts at the expense of the rest of the country. They are choosing to engage in a huge transfer of wealth from people who are working paycheck to paycheck to those who are living off their huge inheritances or gigantic stock portfolios. Now, Mr. President, Americans are going to have to pay for the tax cuts for billionaires in many, many ways. Millions will lose access to health care. Others will no longer be able to put food on the table. Others will not be able to afford to pay heating bills on freezing nights. Virtually every American will see their energy bills increase and their health insurance premiums go up. And every American is likely to face higher borrowing costs for their home mortgages or car loans. Again, also billionaires and very wealthy people can get big tax cuts. Let's look at some of the real hits to American families, starting with the attack on health care. Donald Trump said he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid. He said the people won't be affected. That's a lie. What he loves are tax cuts for his billionaire buddies. So let's just take a look. This bill pays for over $1 trillion in tax giveaways to people who make over $500,000 every year by cutting $1 trillion of health benefits from those who rely on Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Think about that trade-off. Indeed, because of the cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in this bill, 12 million Americans will lose access to health care coverage. On top of that, another 5 million Americans will lose access to health coverage because Republicans refuse to extend the tax credits that millions of middle-class Americans use to purchase coverage through the Affordable Care Act. So while extending tax cuts for the very wealthy, they are not extending the health care tax credits that middle-class Americans use to help afford health insurance. The result of these cuts and the refusal to extend those tax credits means that nearly 17 million of our fellow Americans will lose access to health care coverage. In my state of Maryland, that's 229,000 of my fellow Marylanders. And who are these Americans? Who are these Marylanders? They're babies and children. Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program covers 38 million children in America, 700,000 children in Maryland. Medicaid covers 40% of births in America, over 40% of births in Maryland. More mothers will die during pregnancy-related deaths as a result of pregnancy-related deaths if this bill passes. I think we also know that Medicaid is especially important to helping people through the vulnerable stages of their lives. It covers 1 in 4 people with mental health or substance use disorders. It's the primary payer for long-term health services, covering 60% of nursing home residents. If even a fraction of those residents lose coverage, entire nursing homes can close. And those families will have to figure out how to care for their expelled loved ones. An analysis that was done estimates that as many as 500 healthcare or nursing homes could close because they're on the cusp. Rural hospitals are also especially vulnerable, and it's estimated that up to 300 rural hospitals could close if this bill passes. Americans with disabilities, Medicaid is absolutely essential to their lives. It helps them receive home and community-based care so they don't have to choose between getting the care they need and being separated from their loved ones. A study by Yale University and the University of Pennsylvania predicts that this bill, before the Senate, will result in over 51,000 preventable deaths each year. Preventable deaths. So officially, the death certificates will say that somebody passed away because they had late-stage cancer. It was detected too late, because they couldn't get the preventative care they needed. Or an accident occurred at a nursing home because there were not enough nurses on site. But those reasons, those conditions will have been set because this bill passed. And again, making millions of Americans more vulnerable to pay for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy is unconscionable, but it is the choice being made in this bill. Now, 17 million people who will lose their health coverage is a very big number to wrap our heads around. So I want to read just a few stories of Marylanders who rely on Medicaid and who have been watching closely this whole effort that has unfolded on the floor of the United States Senate. I had a call from one of my constituents who has a son. Her son takes chemotherapy, and it relies on those chemotherapy treatments to sustain his life. She wrote to me that if he loses access to his health insurance, that it would be, quote, a death sentence. Another Marylander wrote to me about his autistic son, who is still able to work, but who depends entirely on Medicaid for support. He also said, please don't let the Senate pass this bill. And the stories go on and on and on. Just the other day, Senator Alsobrooks and I had a telephone town hall, had 12,000 Marylanders joining us. And after that call, we received many more stories about people who would really be in desperate shape if they lost access to their health coverage. Now, Mr. President, on top of the 17 million Americans who stand to lose their health coverage, all other Americans are likely to see higher premiums, because what happens when you have uncompensated care is more people go to the emergency rooms at the hospital, and those hospitals can't just eat all those additional costs. And at the end of the day, those additional costs cycle through the system in the form of higher premiums for others. And we are already seeing that impact in Maryland as insurance companies today look at the possible liability that they will have going forward as a result of this legislation. Now, beyond the 17 million who will lose access to affordable health care, you also have millions of Americans who are going to be hit as a result of the cuts to the food and nutrition programs, the SNAP programs. We're going to see a whopping 20% cut, $200 billion, to the SNAP program. Over 40 million Americans get some kind of help from that food and nutrition program, and over 3 million of them will lose their SNAP benefits entirely. Others will see rising costs. In Maryland, it's going to impact 684,000 people, most of whom are families with kids. Now, Mr. President, in addition to 17 million Americans losing access to health care coverage, in addition to the 40 million Americans who will be impacted by cuts to food and nutrition programs, I want to just focus for a moment on another hit to American households. Some of us have discussed it on this Senate floor before, but it hasn't gotten as much attention. And it relates to the energy bills Americans pay, including their electric bills, because this bill will drive them up because it directly attacks the production of more clean energy. And less energy with rising demand means higher costs for households. I don't know if folks remember about a year ago when Donald Trump had a steak dinner at Mar-a-Lago, where he begged 20 fossil fuel CEOs for campaign cash. It was reported on at the time. Well, he succeeded in raking in hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign donations, and now we see the payoff in this bill to those powerful special interests. And that payoff comes in two forms. First, this bill gives big oil companies a new $1 billion tax break. As a result, some of the fossil fuel companies will pay $0 in federal income tax. Second, this bill, and the senator from North Carolina referred to some of the provisions that will have this impact, this bill sabotages the production of more clean energy. It does so by slashing production and investment tax credits for clean energy and scuttling new clean energy projects. And it continues the Trump administration's baseless attacks on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a program we established that will be a win-win-win for our environment, for our economy, and for family pocketbooks. By cutting these clean energy incentives and initiatives, this bill will reduce the overall amount of energy added to our electric grids by at least 50% by 2035. Think about that. So this bill is going to result in a dramatic reduction in the amount of new energy produced that goes on the electric grids, and with less energy generated and higher demand, household energy costs and bills are going to go up. In fact, it's predicted that household electricity bills will go up by $110 on average as soon as next year, and by up to $400 per year for families over the next decade. This will serve the interests of big oil and gas producers and utility companies who benefit from the higher prices that consumers will have to shell out. This will also do something else, Mr. President. It will surrender entirely the clean energy playing field to China, who already has a big head start on us in the area of clean energy deployment. So this is not America first. This is very much America in retreat. I don't often agree with Elon Musk, but he is absolutely right when he said just a few days ago that, and I quote, "The latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. Utterly insane and destructive. It gives handouts to industries of the past while severely damaging industries of the future." That's the Republican Senate bill, looking in the rearview mirror rather than ahead. And again, what is the driving purpose? What's the North Star of this bill? To give very, very wealthy people tax cuts at the expense of everybody else. Everything else is sacrificed. As a result of those tax cuts, the top 0.1% highest income earners will get an average tax break of $255,000. Top 0.1%, tax break of $255,000. Individuals making over $1 million a year will get a $35,000 tax break. And as I said earlier, almost 50% of all of the tax benefits, all the tax monies go to the top 5% of income earners. And to make that happen, as I've said, everything else gets sacrificed. Cuts to Medicaid, cuts to food and nutrition programs, cuts to clean energy that result in higher costs for consumers. But even after making all of those cuts and imposing all of that pain on so many Americans, this Republican bill is still going to add over $4 trillion to our deficit over the next 10 years, and an estimated $35 trillion over the next 30 years. So despite paying for part of those additional costs through cuts to Medicaid and food and nutrition programs, they're going to blow the roof off of our deficits and debt. And make no mistake, when you do that, you cost every American, because it will generate upward pressure on interest rates, which raises costs for Americans who want to take out a mortgage to buy a home or want to get a car loan, or for small businesses. In fact, the Yale Budget Lab projects that the House-passed bill would add over $1,000 a year to the cost of a mortgage and over $800 a year to the cost of a small business loan. That's the House-passed bill. The Senate bill will be worse, because the Senate bill is about $1 trillion more to the deficit over 10 years than the House bill. Now, Mr. President, I do want to just focus on a final aspect of the deficit and debt impact of the Senate Republican bill. And that is this very deliberate effort to use fraudulent accounting to hide the deficit impact of this bill from the American people. Let me give you an example. Let's say you signed a contract to rent an apartment for $2,000 a month. You know that's going to cost you $24,000 for the full year. Now, at the end of the year, if you want to keep renting that apartment at that rate, any normal person would say, well, that's going to cost them another $24,000. Senate Republicans want to tell the American people that the cost of continuing to rent that apartment for another year is zero because the amount of rent they have to pay in year 2 is the same rent they had to pay in year 1. In other words, Republicans want to say that because they've been giving billionaires and wealthy people tax cuts for 10 years, it will cost nothing to extend them for another 10 years. That's the so-called, quote, current policy baseline. In other words, if you just keep in place for another 10 years the same tax breaks for billionaires and others, we don't have to count the lost revenue. And we don't have to count the amount the deficit will increase as a result of that lost revenue. Now, Mr. President, a third grader can see that this is bogus math. Let me read my colleagues a statement made this year by somebody, and I quote, "Anyone who says that about the," here's what he said, "anybody that says the current policy baseline is the way to go is engaging in intellectual and economic fraud," end of quote. I wanted to make sure I got that quote correct because it was made by a Republican congressman from Arizona, Congressman Schweihart. Here's another quote. "This is fairy dust, and they are all full of crap, and I'm going to call them out on it." Who said that? Congressman Chip Roy, Republican from Texas. And I think it's worth quoting those Republican members of Congress because while I dramatically disagree with what they did in their House bill, at least they used honest accounting. At least they didn't try to perpetrate this budget fraud that we're witnessing here in the United States Senate. A budget fraud that would, I dare say, make the Enron scammers blush. And if you go through the numbers, it's dramatic. For example, honest scoring of the bill shows that extending the individual tax rates from Trump 2017 will cost $2.2 trillion. That's what the House of Representatives said, $2.2 trillion. When you use the fraudulent budget math that Senate Republicans want to use, all of a sudden that's $83 billion. If you look at the cost of extending key deductions for businesses, the House used accurate accounting. It comes to $820 billion over 10 years. Under the Senate plan, $6 billion. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time, Mr. President, going over this chart, but I do want to put it up here. This is from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. And the blue shade in each of these years shows what Senate Republicans say their bill will cost in each of those years. This is the so-called current policy baseline. This is what those House Republican members called fraudulent accounting, and it is. And if you add up all of those blue deficits over those 10 years, they claim it's $441 billion additional debt over 10 years. But if you use the honest accounting that we've always used in the United States Senate for the purpose of budget reconciliation, you get the full bar, including the orange numbers, which is $4.2 trillion in debt over those 10 years. I do want to point out to my colleagues something interesting because you have these dashed orange lines. What this is representing is that some of these costs from lost revenues in some of these out years go down. That's because under this House Republican plan, the tax cuts for people with the no tax on tips, they go away. They vanish. They vanish right here in 2029. But the tax cuts for very wealthy people, for billionaires and others, they go on for the 10 years. In fact, they go on forever. And the last point I'm going to make is By letting them go on forever, tax cuts for very wealthy people, Senate Republicans are violating the entire structure of the budget reconciliation process. Because when it was first devised, the entire purpose of it was to reduce our deficits and reduce the debt. And Republican senators are perverting the entire purpose of that special procedure that allows things to pass in the United States Senate with 51 votes and not having to secure the 60-vote threshold to overcome a filibuster. They are violating that entire structure. And again, why? Because they're hell-bent on making sure those tax cuts for very wealthy people go on forever. And again, at the expense of everybody else. And I'll just close, Mr. President, by pointing out that it wasn't that long ago that just down this hall here in the Senate Rotunda, Donald Trump took the oath of office. He looked at the cameras and he said he wanted a new golden age for America. But this is not a golden age for America. It is a gilded age for the wealthiest people in America. And those are the people he was really speaking to because they're the ones who were sitting right behind him on Inauguration Day. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, the tech titans, the billionaire cabinet, more billionaires than any cabinet by far in American history. That's who this bill serves. It serves very wealthy and powerful people, and it does so at the expense of everybody else in America in one form or another. And I hope our Senate, on a bipartisan basis, will give it a big thumbs down, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, never in my time in Congress have I seen a bill that does so much damage in so many ways to so many people in so many states and that will affect so many generations. Mr. President, the clerks have read the bill. It's now time for us to kill the bill. The point of reading the bill was to reveal that this bill has one goal, and that is to extend tax cuts to very wealthy Americans, where the top 1% will get 60% of the benefit, and to make everyday Americans pay the price to fund those tax cuts. And it's no wonder right now that 2 in 3 Americans oppose this bill. The question is, will the United States Senate oppose this bill? Here are just a few ways that the president's so-called one big, beautiful bill will hurt Vermont. In Vermont, 11,500 people will lose their health care coverage under Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. 21,000 Vermonters will lose Medicaid coverage. And food nutrition programs that are so essential to the well-being of your citizens and mine. In Vermont, the SNAP program, 11% of our households use it, 65,000 people, a little over a third of households rely on the SNAP program, and they have kids. Nearly 3,000 veterans in Vermont rely on the SNAP program. By the way, we're talking about $6 a day. Billions are going to be cut across the country, and that's going to hurt Vermont, and it's going to hurt everyone. In Vermont, some homeowners, to save money on their energy bills, use the home energy efficiency upgrades that was made possible under the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are being ripped apart. Folks saved about $420 to $980 a year. That's real money for people living paycheck to paycheck. This bill scraps that. Mr. President, here's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, we still have time to kill this bill. And we should kill this bill. We Democrats are united in opposition to this bill, but it's not only Democrats whose constituents are going to be hurt by this bill.
My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have an opportunity to make a choice. Read the bill and decide, are you going to protect your constituents who are going to suffer the same afflictions as my constituents, or are you going to defer to President Trump? The bad in this bill, it's going to inflict bipartisan pain. This is not aiming at red state or blue state. This is aimed at working class and middle class Americans. More than 76,000, just to give an example, West Virginia, a great state I visited, went into a coal mine, hardest working people ever, except maybe for Vermont dairy farmers. More than 76,000 people in West Virginia will lose access to health care because of this bill. 278,000 West Virginians are going to lose access to the nutrition programs of SNAP. In Tennessee, more than 295,000 people will lose access to health care, Medicaid, through this bill. And SNAP means 758,000 Tennesseans lose their nutrition benefits. So I just want to repeat here, this is the bipartisan infliction of pain. This is real. This is real. And is the tax cut largely directed to the very wealthy people? Is it worth inflicting that kind of pain on so many when the tax cut benefits so few? Mr. President, let's talk more about what's in this bill, because the American people, they need to know what we're voting on. It makes major cuts, of course, as I've said, in Medicaid. But the immediate effect of those Medicaid cuts is that it really threatens the financial stability, the viability of the community hospitals that are in all of our communities. Folks are going to show up to get care. And across the country, 17 million people will lose any reimbursement from Medicaid. So they'll go to our community hospitals and they'll do what they do. They'll provide care even if they don't get paid, but they can only do that so long. So those hospitals are literally threatened to go out of business in every single state. This bill cuts Medicaid by over $930 billion. So that ripple effect is going to hurt all of our hospitals. And absolutely some of those are going to close. And by the way, that's going to result in a higher cost shift, so that those employers who are doing everything they can to provide employer-sponsored health care for their employees are going to see their premiums spike badly. The bill's going to rip away food assistance programs that more than 42 million Americans need. That's $6 a day, as I mentioned, and that'll be gone. This, by the way, has a real impact on our farmers. They put food on our table. One of the things that our farmers are so proud of is they feed America and they feed the world. And they've been able to supply the food that is then distributed through the SNAP program. It's going to undercut the revenue that they get for doing really good for a lot of people across our country. The bill takes us backwards in our effort to expand energy production and fight climate change. The bill actually adds a tax on wind and solar. It takes away the incentives and it adds a tax. And Mr. President, 95% of the new electric generation, and we need so much more of it, in the past few years has come from clean energy. We don't have that going into production to provide energy, along with storage technology. The cost of electricity to the people you represent and the folks I represent in Vermont is going up. Mr. President, there's another aspect of this bill. It just makes no sense being in this bill, and it makes no sense being in any bill particularly. It is a Republican-led bill that strips states of their right to pass laws to protect their consumers against AI threats and against social media threats. It imposes a moratorium for 10 years on any states taking any action. This affects Vermont directly. It affects every single one of our states. And how, I ask, can one argue they're for state rights and then strip states of being able to act on behalf of their own citizens? This bill is a real threat to our economy. It's going to increase the debt, already about $35 trillion, by at least $3.3 trillion. And for what? Tax cuts to very, very wealthy people, multinational corporations who are having record profits at the expense of health care, at the expense of our community hospitals, at the expense of our investments in clean energy, at the expense of our food and nutrition programs. Invested in what? It's destructive. It's not productive. Inflation is going up under this bill. Just think of how much more we're going to pay in debt service. Dead money. It's about $1 trillion. So home mortgages, folks are going to be paying at least $1,000 more. Small business loans, at least $1,000 more. Grocery prices, definitely going up for about all Americans. You know, Mr. President, there's an ugly aspect of this bill as well. And it is that this bill is entirely in service of providing tax cuts largely to the very wealthy. The top 1% of income earners in this country will get 60% of the benefit. That's a couple of 100,000 people will get immense tax breaks that exceed the so-called tax breaks that go to a couple of 100 million Americans. And it's those in the 60% category that are going to be paying the higher prices for utilities, credit card debt, cost of a car loan, rent, groceries. So, Mr. President, I say let's come to our senses and not do something that is in a massive escalation of the wealth transfer from the working class, the middle class, to the very, very wealthy. Many of us have a number of amendments, and I do too, to try to make the point that our job is to make things better for everyday working Americans, not inflict additional burdens on them. We have a job to do, and it's to strengthen this economy, provide more stability for our families and our communities. And in this bill, we're doing exactly the opposite, aggravating income inequality, not mitigating it, accelerating climate change rather than diminishing it, making life tougher for everyday families. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to defeat this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Maine.
Mr. President, this bill is a farce. Imagine a bunch of guys sitting around a table and saying, I've got a great idea. Let's give $32,000 worth of a tax break to a millionaire, and we'll pay for it by taking health insurance away from lower income and middle income people. And to top it off, how about we cut food stamps, we cut SNAP, we cut food aid to people. It's a joke. I would say it was a joke, except it's not the least bit funny. I've been in this business of public policy now for 20 years, 8 years as governor, 12 years in the United States Senate. I have never seen a bill this bad. I have never seen a bill that is this irresponsible, regressive, and downright cruel. The basic premise of the bill, as I said, is cut benefits for the American people, particularly in the areas of health care and food, in exchange for tax cuts for the very wealthy. Now, I know my colleagues are going to come to the floor because I've had this discussion before. They're going to say, oh no, this is a middle-class tax cut. This is going to cut taxes for people in the middle class. Well, here's a little suggestion of how to get out of this mess. If you cap the tax cuts at people making $400,000 a year, which is a pretty healthy income, the cost of this bill would drop by 60%. And you wouldn't have any need to cut Medicaid. And by the way, there are Medicare cuts also built into this, and SNAP. $400,000. In other words, we're for the middle class tax cuts. That's okay. But just stop it at 400,000 and don't give the tax breaks to the people. A millionaire under this bill gets a $32,000 tax cut. A person making $5 or $10 million gets a couple of $100,000 tax cut. I don't think they need it. They sure as hell don't need it as much as people need health insurance. So just to put a fine point on it, this bill is literally, and remember my $400,000 suggestion, so we're taking care of the middle class, but with 60% of the cost above $400,000 in income, this bill is literally taking food out of the mouths of kids to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax break. That's the facts. They're ugly. And like I say, if we were talking about this in random, sitting around at a lunch table, people would say, well, that's a joke, that's ridiculous. Nobody would suggest that. But here we are. And several of my colleagues, including Senator Tillis from North Carolina, have pointed out there's no rush on this bill. We don't have to do this bill by July 4th or July 10th. There's no rush. These tax credits, these tax cuts don't expire until the end of the year. Let's take our time and write a decent bill. Let's kill this bill. It'll only take 4 or 5 senators on the other side. We can kill this thing and start over and write a decent bill on a bipartisan basis. And I think we'd find agreement on middle-class tax cuts. But I think we could also do some things with expenditures that wouldn't be so bloody harmful. Medicaid. Let me start with hospitals. In Maine, I've talked to the hospitals, I've talked to the Hospital Association, I've talked to small hospitals, large hospitals. They're mostly running on a 1, 2, or 3% margin. The analysis is that this could cost us 2 to 5 of our rural hospitals. And when a rural hospital goes out, several things happen. One thing is the economy of the town goes with it. In most of these small towns, the hospital is the major employer. So you're talking about the economics of those jobs in a small town that will make a huge difference in that local economy. The second thing that happens is a loss of services for everybody in town, not just the Medicaid people. That hospital closes, everybody in town is going to have to drive another 30, 40, 50, 100 miles to get care. And they're going to have to not only, there may be closures, there will certainly be cutting of services. We already have a serious problem in Maine of obstetric services. We've got a county with no obstetric services. And that's only going to get worse under this bill. The hospitals are pleading with us to not do this. And again, do we really need to do this to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax break? It doesn't make any sense. Now, I've talked about hospitals, but let's talk about people. The analysis is 60,000 people in Maine would lose their insurance coverage. 40,000 under Medicaid, about 20,000 under the Affordable Care Act. And we've had a lot of personal stories tonight. I want to tell a story about myself. When I worked here in the 70s, I had insurance. It was employer-supported insurance. We paid part of the premium. I had insurance as a junior staff member in this body 50 years ago. Because I had that insurance that covered a free checkup, I went in and had my first physical in 8 years. And I wouldn't have had that physical if the insurance hadn't have covered it. I wouldn't have been able to spring for it. I had that physical, and the doctors found a little mole on my back, and they took it out. And I didn't think much of it, and I went in a week later, and the doctor said, "You better sit down, Angus. That was malignant melanoma. You're going to have serious surgery." And a friend of mine who was a doctor said, "Angus, here's my best advice. Let them be as radical as they want in that surgery." And I had the surgery, and here I am. If I hadn't had insurance, I wouldn't be here. And it's always haunted me that some young man in America that same year had malignant melanoma. He didn't have coverage, he didn't have insurance, he didn't get that checkup, and he died. That's wrong, that's immoral. So the idea of cutting health insurance from people is just, oh, well, they just won't have coverage for their doctor's visits. No, people die when they don't have health insurance. There is statistical analysis to bear that out. So this isn't any joke. And by the way, people say, well, we're talking about fraud in Medicaid. Listen, almost $1 trillion cut in Medicaid, 15 million people being cut off, 60,000, 40,000 in the state of Maine, that isn't fraud. That's cutting people who need the care. And I don't understand the obsession, and I never have, and I stood right there and watched John McCain cast that vote to save the Affordable Care Act, along with my colleague Susan Collins. I don't understand this obsession with taking health insurance away from people. I don't get it. Trying to take away the Affordable Care Act in 2017 or 2018, and now this? What's driving this? What's the cruelty to do this, to take health insurance away from people, knowing that it's going to cost them? It's hard to calculate the cost, up to and including losing their lives. Okay, let's talk about SNAP. Let's talk about SNAP. The average benefit for SNAP is $6 a day. You feed yourself on $6 a day. The average cost of a meal in the U.S. is about $10.50 a day. So we're already below cost, if you will. And here's what it means in my state. 20% of the children in my state are food insecure. And we're talking about cutting SNAP and taking dollars away from those kids. And I was interested in that, and I thought, oh, that's pretty bad. I'm worried Maine's 20%. 20% of our kids are food insecure. So I did a little research. In Arkansas, it's 24% of the kids who are food insecure. In Iowa, 17%. South Carolina, 14%. Michigan, 19%. Missouri, another 19%. That's 1 out of 5 kids are food insecure, and we're going to cut that food in order to give a millionaire a $32,000 tax cut. Mr. President, that's not only bad policy, it's downright immoral. Okay, what's the other problem with this bill? There's so many, and so many problems, so little time. It's irresponsible. It adds about $4 trillion to the deficit. And by the way, this current policy thing doesn't pass a straight face test. A 7th grader knows it's nonsense. You got to borrow the money to pay. If this bill doesn't pass, then there isn't a $4 trillion hit on the budget. If it passes, there is. And the thing that really gives a lie to this nonsense is also in this bill is a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling. If it's not really debt, then we don't need to increase the debt ceiling. It's a sham. Voodoo budgeting. So, I don't want to hear any more from my colleagues about deficits. I don't want to hear any more crocodile tears about deficits. We're mortgaging our future. I hear all this drama about deficits from people who are voting for this bill to add $4 trillion to the deficit unnecessarily. There's a saying of a famous New Englander, your actions speak so loud I can't hear your words. Your actions speak so loud, I can't hear your words. Your actions are, you're adding to the deficit unnecessarily. So don't talk to me about deficits. Now, the first rule, if you're in a hole, is stop digging. And we're in a hole, Mr. President. We're in a hole, so you stop digging by not passing this bill or not passing it in the extreme form that it is to give the tax benefits, 60% of the tax benefits to people making over $400,000 a year. The reason, what's driven the deficit, if you go back and look over the last 20 years, there are 3 things. One were the unpaid for Bush tax cuts. We had major tax cuts and then a war that we put on the credit card. The unpaid for Trump tax cuts in 2017 and COVID. Now, COVID was an emergency. And the financial crisis in 2008
2009 and 10. That were emergencies. That's where you run deficits. But you don't run deficits when times are good, and that's exactly what we're doing here. If you're in a hole, stop digging. And by the way, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan group, has said, and I haven't heard this mentioned, this bill will actually accelerate the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund and the Medicare Trust Fund. There's a nice thing for you. It'll make those funds go insolvent sooner than would otherwise be the case. Gutting the IRS. By the way, I have another suggestion for my colleagues. You want to find $600 billion a year? Enforce the tax laws against cheaters. That's the estimate. $600 billion a year is left on the table because cheaters, mostly high income, are not paying the taxes they owe. The poor stiff that gets a 1040, he has to pay it. Everybody knows what he's making. But it's these people with the fancy lawyers and accountants, and I'm not talking about tax avoidance here. I'm talking about stone cold tax evasion. $600 billion a year. That would be nice instead of cutting Medicare and Medicaid and food stamps. Another piece of this bill that hasn't got much attention is ICE. The current budget of ICE is $9 billion a year. Under this, they're increasing it $75 billion over 4 years. That's an additional $18 billion a year. They're tripling the budget of ICE. They're tripling the budget. We're dangerously close, Mr. President, to creating a federal police force, which we've never had in this country and we shouldn't have. And by the way, I have never in my life seen a law enforcement officer with a mask on. I don't get where that came from. A law enforcement officer wearing a mask. Where I come from, people that wear masks are not the good guys. And I don't understand that, but to triple this budget, you wonder where that's going to take this country. So let me go back to the beginning. All this damage to give a tax break to a guy who's making $1 million. The chairman of the Finance Committee wasn't here, I think, when I said this. Mr. Chairman, if we limit the tax cuts to people making $400,000 and less, it will reduce the cost of this bill by 60%. It will ameliorate the need for any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. It would also minimize the hit on the debt and the deficit. There is no rush to pass this bill. Let's kill it, give it a merciful death over the next 24 hours, and then start over writing a responsible bill to deal with the expiring tax cuts for the middle class and deal with issues within the federal government that should be addressed. But this bill is not the answer. It is a sham, and it is a shame. And it is embarrassing to even be debating this bill. It should have never come before us in this form. I hope that enough of my colleagues will see that this is an unnecessary damage to the citizens of this country and the citizens of their state. Every state's citizens are going to suffer. And this is something that we in this body can and should prevent. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
To recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate complete its business today, it stand adjourned until 9 a.m. until Monday, June 30th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 107, H.R. 1. Further, that the leaders be recognized, and following their remarks, all debate time on calendar number 107, H.R. 1 be expired.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my colleagues, pursuant to the relevant debate time limits under the Congressional Budget Act.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, what are we doing here? Seriously, I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me how this makes sense. We are debating a budget that gives another round of tax cuts to billionaires and giant corporations on the backs of everyday Americans. And it also adds trillions of dollars to our national debt. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it doesn't make sense to the Arizonans that I've been hearing from in every corner of our state. If you grew up in a household like mine, where money was tight, you would know that budgets are about priorities. I can still picture my mom sitting at the kitchen table trying to figure out which bills to pay. You take the money you have and you put it where it's needed. This budget clearly tells the American people who President Trump and Republicans in Washington need help. If you're a billionaire, it says, we've got your back. But if you're a parent trying to provide for your family, a senior in a nursing home, or a child who counts on school for your only hot meal, you're on your own. This isn't about balancing the books. It's about picking winners and letting everybody else fall behind. And who loses? It's the Americans working 2 jobs, raising kids, caring for elderly parents, and just trying to stay afloat. Because if you grew up in a family like mine, you also know how hard people work to reach their American dream. The promise that if you work hard, that your kids will get a good public education, you'll be able to put food on the table, and you'll be able to go to the doctor and stay healthy, and your kids will be able to grow up and achieve their own American dream. This promise is already getting harder, and it's getting more expensive. We need to be working together across the aisle to ensure that everyone who works hard can have a brighter future. But that's not what my Republican colleagues are doing with this bill. The plan that they are jamming through right now will put the American dream out of reach for more families. And for what? To hand out more tax breaks to people with more wealth than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. Now, Mr. President, I've spent the last several months traveling across Arizona. I've been to our big cities, Phoenix and Tucson. I've been to small towns like Clarkdale and Sierra Vista, talking to Arizonans face to face, listening to their stories, hearing what it would mean to them if Medicaid, food assistance, and other essential services got cut for them and their families. And what I've heard is clear. This budget is going to make it harder for them to stay afloat, let alone get ahead. In Clarksdale, I met a guy named Christian. He's a rural hospital nephrologist, that's a kidney doctor. And he told me that his patients, many of whom rely on Medicaid for dialysis, are now considering stopping treatment altogether because they might not be able to afford it. He said, this is a quote from Christian, he said, financially, none of the patients I serve can pay out of pocket. It's a choice of either massive debt or death. That's the reality to many rural communities.
Another woman told me about her friend, a survivor of 2 car accidents and a spinal injury. Her friend relies on Medicaid to help her deal with her chronic pain. Without it, meaning Medicaid, she said that her friend might end her life because the pain is unbearable. She asked me to deliver this message to my colleagues. She said, "This is not a country that can't afford to care for people like her. We can afford to care for everyone if we change our priorities from giving tax cuts to billionaires to taking care of Americans who are in pain every day." Mr. President, people across Arizona are pleading with us to get our priorities right. In Sierra Vista, I hosted a Medicaid town hall, and that's where I met this woman named Tara. She told us how she was once a single mother and how programs like Medicaid and SNAP helped her raise her kid and build a stable life. Today, she works a good job. She doesn't rely on these programs anymore. But here's what she said. She said, "I am deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and related programs. I know firsthand that they don't just help families, they're often the only path to stability." Just last week, I was in Tucson, where I live, where Gabby and I live, helping distribute school lunches at a local high school. It's actually the high school that my wife went to. And I wanted to see firsthand what these summer meal programs mean for Arizona families. These programs are funded through the United States Department of Agriculture, and they rely on data from SNAP and Medicaid to identify the children who need them the most. If this bill passes, a bunch of these kids that I served, I think it was last weekend, they won't be eligible for these programs anymore. It will be harder for them to access school meals, which I think we all know it compromises their academic performance. That's the real cost of this legislation. It's not numbers on a spreadsheet. It's hunger. It's illness. It's fear. It's a bunch of folks who work really hard, doing everything right, and they're still going to get punched in the gut. And it's not just what I hear in person, Mr. President. My office gets hundreds of letters and phone calls every week from Arizonans. People are scared, and they want us to listen. I want to share some of their voices. Frank is a veteran on dialysis. He called this week, and he said, "The food bank and my SNAP benefits are the only way I eat right now. I can't work. I'm not old enough to retire, and I'm dipping into my retirement early just to keep up with my mortgage. Without this help, I don't know what I will do." Mr. President, veterans should never have to say those words in this country. One of the most sacred promises we make to the men and women who serve is that we will take care of them when they return home. That promise doesn't end when they hang up the uniform. It includes making sure that they can afford food, access health care, and live with some dignity. And yet, here's Frank, sick, struggling, and wondering how he'll survive because the programs he relies on are under threat. Cheryl from Tucson, who is a 59-year-old widow, said, She said, I receive disabled widows' benefits, Medicaid, Medicare, and SNAP. Get this. She said, my rent and utilities eat all but about $300 of my monthly income. SNAP and my health care card used to cover most of my food costs. I used to have about $40 left over to buy some extra groceries for the unsheltered in my area. So here's a woman with $40 extra, and she's helping other people. She also says now buying food for my household takes all of it. I'm scared. If I lose even one of these benefits, I'll lose the grip that keeps the roof over my head. Karen from Scottsdale has worked for over 25 years helping veterans and people with disabilities. She wrote, many of the people I work with rely on Medicaid because they can only work part-time or because their employers don't offer benefits. Cutting them off will just make health care more expensive for everyone. The rich do not need an extension on tax cuts at the expense of low-income and middle-class families. Mr. President, these are my constituents. These are folks who, unprompted, took time to write or call their senator. And every single one of them, Mr. President, is saying the same thing. We're barely holding on, and we're scared this is going to put us over the edge. Now, I wish I could say that these stories were met with compassion by everybody here. But instead, one of my Republican colleagues apparently said, this is a quote, they'll get over it. And another, when asked whether cutting Medicaid would cost lives, said, well, we're all going to die anyway. Now, I didn't come here to throw jabs. I'm repeating those words because they reveal how this budget was written without any connection to the real-world consequences. This isn't about politics. It's about people. So I ask again, what are we doing here? Who do we serve? Is it people like Tara and Cheryl and Crystal and Frank who are working hard and doing everything right to just try to get by? Or is it a bunch of billionaires who've already made it and who don't need another handout? If my colleagues don't believe me, I urge them to go read some of the emails and listen to some of the phone calls that they're getting. Maybe hold a town hall. Listen to those folks. Really, listen to what they are saying. Don't crush their American dream. Don't rig the system even more against them. Don't take a vote just because it's easy. We can do better for the people we serve. Mr. President, they deserve that from us. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today in disbelief. You know, it may sound a little cheesy, but at the end of the day, I fundamentally believe in public service. I believe it can be a force for good, a force that gives people opportunity, a force that is people-powered, that can lift our neighbors up and instill hope, a force that meets the toughest challenges of our constituents, and that is why I am struck with disbelief. Disbelief because If you believe these things like I do, which I would argue most of my colleagues here do, why would you be jamming this bill through? At a time when Wisconsin families are asking us to take on the high cost of living and let them have a fair shot at success, Republicans are raising costs and making an already unfair tax system even worse. My Republican colleagues are not using their time and energy to go after greedy corporations, not to lower the cost of housing, and not to expand access to affordable health care, but rather they are instead forging ahead with a bill that will kick millions of Americans off their health insurance, jack up prices for care for millions more, and literally take food off the tables of hungry families. Look, I was on the same ballot as Donald Trump last year. I heard the same concerns from my constituents that he did. Families needed some breathing room. My Republican colleagues often say that this president's victory gave him a mandate. Well, then, the president and I got the same mandate: to lower costs and give people the opportunity to live a steady and comfortable life. But in response, the difference could not be more stark. I'm actually working to do something about it. And this bill, the landmark bill from this president and the Republican Party, does just the opposite and will raise costs for families. One of the biggest cost drivers I hear about is health care. And so instead of standing up to big drug companies to lower prescription drug costs, and instead of building on the Affordable Care Act to expand access to health care coverage, this bill actually terminates coverage for Americans. In fact, 17 million Americans will be kicked off either Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act because of this bill. That is like stripping health care coverage from the entire populations of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa combined. And these aren't just numbers. These are people. These are people who have stories, and they matter. I should know, after battling a childhood illness, I became one of those Americans labeled as having a pre-existing health condition. And insurance companies were legally able to deny me coverage. But because of the Affordable Care Act, we changed that. And we gave families like mine hope. Hope that they can get health care at a price they can afford and sleep well at night knowing they have coverage. Medicaid has given that same hope for generations to some of our most vulnerable neighbors. But with this bill, my Republican colleagues are instilling fear. When we talk about Medicaid, we're talking about the elderly, people with disabilities, and children. We're talking about a single mother of 3 who is struggling to make ends meet, and so many more. I have traveled the state of Wisconsin from Superior to Racine, La Crosse to Green Bay, and everywhere in between, to hear from people who will be harmed by this bill. I have come to this very floor to share their stories, to try to help my Republican colleagues understand what this bill will mean. But it's not just the folks who need Medicaid to survive who are sounding the alarm. Take it from Dr. Abigail Wilgruber, a family medical resident in rural Wisconsin. She said this bill, quote, will deprive millions of Americans, particularly children, seniors, and individuals with disabilities, of the care they need to survive. She continued saying, these provisions will limit my ability to complete my job to the fullest, will lead to worse outcomes for patients. Or take it from Rosalanja Burbot, the executive director of an outpatient counseling center in the Fox Valley in Wisconsin, who said, and I quote, "Without Medicaid and Medicare reimbursements or with reduced rates, our nonprofit will struggle to survive." She continued to say, quote, "I would hate to consider cutting staff or programs, but that could become our only option. We would lose the ability to serve hundreds of clients, not because the need has diminished, but because we could no longer afford to provide care without reimbursement." I have more and more of these stories from doctors, nurses, and administrators on the ground who are spelling out the absolutely dire consequences of this bill. In Wisconsin, we are already in a crisis when it comes to getting good health care in our rural communities. The system is broken, and this bill is destined to make it only worse. While health care is near and dear to my heart, there is more bad news in this bill. Republicans' big betrayal will also take food assistance, the literal means by which some people are able to put nutritious food on the table, away from them. This bill will take SNAP assistance, our nation's best way to make sure that no one goes hungry, away from more than 3 million Americans. And that leads us to the why. Republicans are making all of these cuts so that they can rig our tax code, which I must say already is deeply unfair to working families. And they would further tilt it in favor of the biggest corporations and the richest in our country. The Republican bill gives people at the top 0.1%, the richest of the rich, a tax cut of more than $250,000 every year. Yes, $250,000 a year. All the while, this bill hits working families the hardest. When taking into account the disastrous Medicaid and SNAP cuts, many working families would see their annual incomes fall by over $1,500. And it doesn't have to be this way. Yes, our system for taxes and health care are broken, but this bill is not the solution. This bill would make it harder for working families to have the opportunity to get ahead, harder for parents to get their kids health care, harder for families to put food on the table. We, Democrats and Republicans, should be working together to give some relief to workers, but instead, Republicans will choose to go it alone and vote to give the biggest corporations and the wealthy another unfair leg up. I will end with this. While I remain in disbelief and frankly disgust, I will always have hope. I have hope because it's not the people in this chamber with the power, it's the people. It's the people who will sadly feel the repercussions of this bill. It's the people who are rising up and will hold anyone who passes this disastrous bill accountable. That is where the true power is. And with that, I yield.
Madam President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, Democrats have been on the floor for hours today, pointing out what's in this 1,000-page bill that took over 16 hours to read. I call it the 1,000 pages of pain, the billionaires' gain. So it's bad enough that my colleagues have been on the floor talking about how this bill is going to hurt people on Medicaid, taking food away from our children and families through major cuts to the SNAP program, healthcare, food, housing, energy support, you name it. The pain is in this bill. But one of the areas that people don't know about is this bill actually has provisions that would take away support for our public schools. Okay, let that sink in. It's not enough that this bill has 1,000 pages of pain in just about every aspect of our lives that you can think of, but now they're coming after support for our public schools. So today, I am rising as an advocate for the 49 million children who are enrolled in public schools across our country. Nearly 90% of K-12 students go to public schools, including 95% of children with disabilities. Yet, we have a regime that is actively working to end federal support for public schools. We have a president who tried to totally eliminate the Department of Education, and sadly for him, he can't do it with through executive order because only Congress can do that, but they're doing a lot of other things that withhold support for public schools. So as Republicans in Congress are trying to undermine support for public schools through the first ever national private school voucher program. Let that sink in. The first ever national private school voucher program. That is taking money away from public schools and basically turning it over to private schools through a voucher program. So let's be clear. The school voucher program, the provision, isn't about money for schools. It's about even more money for billionaires because they're the folks who are going to get the most out of this voucher for public schools program. Under this program, wealthy donors would receive large handouts for supporting school vouchers. So this is why The Washington Post in their headline, GOP voucher plan would divert billions, $4 billion a year in taxes in perpetuity to private schools. So specifically, the plan would provide a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. We're not talking about tax deductions. We're talking about a tax credit. This is money that comes right off your taxable amount. So what this bill would do is provide a tax credit of $5,000 or 10% of a taxpayer's adjusted gross income, whichever is greater. So a taxpayer making $10 million, we do have people who make $10 million a year, could contribute $1 million and receive a credit for that full amount. How do you like that? You can get $1 million off your tax bill by contributing to this private school voucher program. So rather than calling this plan what it is, and I tell you, the word scam comes to my mind. It's like scamming the public schools. Republicans are deceitfully trying to sell this plan as an expansion of school choice for families. Oh, isn't this voucher program great? More families can send their kids to private school. Here's the reality. Based on what we know about school voucher programs, they do not promote school choice. Let me give you two examples of why this argument does not hold water. For one thing, school vouchers do not cover the full cost of private school tuition. When was the last time anybody thought about how much private schools cost? Maybe, in schools in Hawaii, private schools can cost something in the order of $15,000 to $20,000 a year, starting from kindergarten. A voucher program will not support that full amount. That means that families who want to send their kids to these private schools will have to make up the cost difference. Well, how many middle-income, low-income families will be able to exercise that choice to send their child to a private school that costs that much? And not only that, as we have seen in states that have passed voucher programs, private schools often raise their tuition when they become eligible for vouchers. Iowa is an example. After they approved vouchers in 2022, private schools there increased their prices by over 20% for kindergarten and by over 10% for other grade levels. Here's another example of why this argument that this program promotes choice. There are fewer private schools in rural communities, so many families do not have access to private schools if they live in rural communities. How does this expand choice for these families? The reality is the majority of vouchers have gone to wealthy families and to subsidizing school tuition for students who already attend private schools. Under this bill, Republicans will make that even worse by prioritizing scholarships for these students. I'm going to repeat that because not only is it bad enough that we're going to divert all of this money basically to private schools, but this bill actually has a provision that says the people who will get these scholarships are students who already go to private schools. In Louisiana, for example, now 99% of voucher tax credits there went to families with annual incomes above $200,000. In Virginia, the number was 87% of vouchers in that state going to wealthy families. In Arizona, it was 60%. Americans have consistently rejected school voucher programs and initiatives. Nebraska, Kentucky, and Colorado have all voted against voucher programs within the last year. In Nebraska, school vouchers were put on the ballot last November, and they were soundly defeated for the fourth time. This is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. Nebraska is not a red state. They voted for a Republican president by a 20-point margin, and yet they rejected school vouchers with 57% of the vote. The bottom line is, vouchers take money away from public schools, and Americans of all political stripes understand that. According to All for Ed, over 2/3 of voters would rather increase funding for public schools than increase funding for voucher programs. That is not a new sentiment. In all 17 state referendums on school vouchers since 1967, voters have rejected these programs. While the Republicans in this chamber may not give a rip about public schools, the vast majority of Americans get it. Democrats, Republicans, independents alike support strengthening our public schools, not taking money away from our public schools, because they know that strong public education is fundamental to a strong country. Well, undeterred by public sentiment, Republicans are trying to create, as I mentioned, a nationwide school voucher program. It's not enough that some states have voucher programs, but now the Republicans, through this misguided almost 1,000 pages of pain bill, they want to provide $4 billion per year for a private school voucher program with no accountability. Remember early on I said that a huge percentage of children with disabilities go to public schools? Well, private schools do not have any responsibility to make sure that they are providing education for children with disabilities. So no accountability. Let's just provide $4 billion per year, perpetuity, tax credit for private school programs that have no accountability along these lines. We all know that this kind of funding could be used for rural and low-income schools, for students with disabilities, for other programs that actually support and strengthen public schools. Instead, under the Republicans' plan, that funding will go to wealthy donors who will receive large handouts, up to $4 billion a year, for supporting school vouchers. Again, this plan will enable a taxpayer making $10 million a year to contribute $1 million and receive a dollar-for-dollar credit for that full amount. And even worse, the taxpayer could contribute appreciated stock and avoid capital gains on the appreciation. And there's all kinds of data on who owns stocks in this country, and generally it's the people with a lot of wealth. So this bill had a provision that enabled people to donate appreciated stocks so that they could escape capital gains taxes on that stock contribution totally. So this Republican voucher proposal, outlandish as it is, was briefly delayed after it was deemed non-compliant with budget rules earlier this week. Republicans remained undeterred, and they have decided to plow forward with a nearly identical plan. What it comes down to is this plan does not help students, it does not promote choice, it does not support public schools where the majority of our kids go. We should be supporting our public schools, not taking resources away from them. So my Democratic colleagues and I will continue to fight to fund quality public schools to improve public education in this country. Foundational. This voucher plan is yet another wrong-headed proposal that should be called out for what it is, a handout for the wealthy at the expense of hardworking American families. I urge my colleagues to reject this idea, and I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise tonight in a moral moment in our nation. As we debate this bill, so much is on the line. The health care of over 16 million Americans, 750,000 of them Georgians, is on the line. Food for hungry children. In a wealthy nation where 1 in 5 children are already food insecure. They don't know where their next meal is coming from. Their livelihood, their welfare is on the line. The well-being of seniors in nursing homes and the disabled who rely on Medicaid and those who care for them is on the line. The fate of rural hospitals in Georgia, in Alaska, in Louisiana, in little towns all over this nation that are right now barely hanging on is on the line, and the scraps that they are throwing them while cutting them will not save them. And my friends on the other side of the aisle know it. They know that these scraps that they're throwing at rural hospitals will not save them. And so in a very real sense, lives are on the line. We are in a moral moment because something else is on the line. I submit that the character of the country is on the line. In a real sense, the question tonight is, who are we? Not who do we tell ourselves we are, but who are we really? What and who do we care about? What kind of nation are we? And what kind of people do we want to be? Who matters? And who doesn't? Who do we think is dispensable? In no place is the answer to that question clearer than in a nation's budget. I submit that a budget is not just a fiscal document. A budget is a moral document. Show me your budget and I'll show you who you think matters and who doesn't. And if this awful budget were an EKG, it would suggest that our nation has a heart problem and is in need of moral surgery. And so I'm clear tonight. I understand the nature of what we are engaged in. This is a political process. It is. But it is also a moral exercise. Not only for the nation, but for each of us individually. And especially for the mere 100 of us out of a nation of 300 million who get to vote, perhaps in a matter of hours. We have the rare privilege of standing up for people who have entrusted with us the covenant of centering their families. It's a real privilege for the people of your state to say that since we can't all go to Washington, we're going to trust you in rooms of power to be thinking about our children, to be thinking about our parents as they deal with the blessings and the burdens of growing old. And so the question for me tonight is, how will we show up in this moment? And that's why yesterday I gathered in the Russell Rotunda with a multi-faith coalition of clergy to pray that lawmakers might have the courage to stand up to their party, to stand up to the special interests, and protect seniors in nursing homes and pregnant mothers on Medicaid and children who risk going to school hungry every single day in this country. 1 in 5 children in the wealthiest nation on the planet already food insecure. And with these SNAP cuts, this body is about to make it worse. And so, surrounded by a clergy of many faith traditions, yesterday I prayed that we would have the courage. I prayed that we would have the grace to stand as voices for the voiceless. And as I stood there, I could not help but feel a sense of deja vu. This is not the first time I've been in our nation's capital speaking out against these policies that betray hardworking families. It was 8 years ago, almost to the day in 2017, when Washington Republicans were trying to pass a tax bill that favored wealthy Americans over working families, that I came to this building not as a senator, but as a pastor. I had no idea that 8 years later I would be serving in this body. I had no notion that I would even run for the Senate. I came as a citizen. And standing with a multi-faith coalition, we were praying for our nation's leaders. We were gathered in the rotunda of the Russell building, and as we were singing and praying, the Capitol Police said, I'm sorry, pastors, you can't sing and pray in the rotunda. If you do not disperse, we will have to arrest you. And let me say that the Capitol Police did not mishandle us that day. They were first-rate professionals. But they said that if you don't disperse, we will have to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My conscience had been arrested. My heart and my imagination, my moral imagination, had been arrested by this idea that we as a country are better than this. I come from a tradition where you don't just pray with your lips, you pray with your legs. You put your body in the struggle for other struggling bodies. And so here I am tonight, 8 years later, having transformed my agitation into legislation. I was arrested that day, but I have transformed my protests into public policy. 8 years ago, I was on the outside. Tonight, I'm on the inside, but it's the same fight. Some of us fight on the inside, some of us fight on the outside, some of us get to serve in the Senate or in the House, others are just watching at home tonight, but be really clear that we are in the same fight, whether we are on the streets or in the suites. Same fight. And in some ways, this is the same bill 8 years later, just worse. Like most horror movies, the sequel tends to be worse. We were here 8 years ago. Washington politicians were trying their best to gut the Affordable Care Act. Remember that? They were trying to gut the Obamacare out of political motives. Millions of Americans were spared. But tonight is the sequel to that horror movie. They are back to their old political tricks, trying to dismantle the ACA again with this legislation. It's the same fight, just worse this time. Instead of extending tax credits that would lower health insurance costs for the middle class, my friends on the other side are giving billionaires and the richest of the rich a tax cut. They are working real hard tonight to help billionaires because God knows they are having a hard time, apparently. And what that means is that 1.2 million Georgians and nearly 20 million Americans are going to see their health care premiums rise. That's what's at stake tonight. If they enact these deep cuts to Medicaid, as they are positioned not to extend these premiums, these tax credits, they are raising the cost of health care for all of us. Even if you are on private insurance, you are not safe. Your health care is about to go up. Your hospital might close because they're cutting these clean energy tax cuts. Your utility bills are about to go up. And so I have a question tonight. Who voted for that? Some of us are Democrats, some of us are Republicans, some of us are independents, some voted for one party, some voted for the other party. I get it, but who voted for that? Who voted for everybody's health care premiums to go up and their hospitals to close? Here's what I know. The folks back in Georgia didn't vote for that. They voted for me and they voted for Donald Trump, but they didn't vote for that. Ordinary folks don't want this. Just ordinary, everyday people who barely pay attention to politics, they don't want this. Even a Fox News poll, and you won't often hear me say that, but even a Fox News poll from this month found that Americans don't support this big, ugly bill. This is symptomatic of the ways in which the people's voices have been squeezed out of their democracy. This is not just a health care fight, it is that. It is not just a fight for food security, for SNAP, it is that. But in the real sense, it is a fight for our democracy, whose voice gets to be heard in this chamber. That's what this is about, the character of the country. Ordinary Americans don't want to do this to our children. That's why they need to know that 71% of all Medicaid enrollees in Georgia are children. 71%. Taking away health care from kids to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Now, let me be clear. I'm all for tax cuts. I believe working families deserve a tax cut, and I certainly don't want to see them face a tax hike this year. That's why I want to nearly double the child tax credit. I believe in tax cuts for hardworking families, for middle-class people, for working-class families. But instead of doing that, instead of helping working-class families who are struggling now against a 10% tax on everything and rising costs, we're now burdening our children by adding $3 trillion to the debt. We're taking away health care from kids and then burdening them with the debt. We are engaged in Robin Hood in reverse, this body of stealing from the poor in order to give to the rich. This massive transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top. Yeah, this is socialism for the rich. And when the people hear about it, guess what? They don't like it. Democrats and Republicans and independents, when the people hear about what's in this big, ugly bill, they don't like it. And that's why the folks on the other side are trying their best to fast track it. That's why they're trying to pass it, and they haven't even finished writing it. They're twisting themselves in knots, making their members walk the plank under the threat of a primary to pass this big, ugly bill. The American people do not want to rob our children of food and health care and then burden them with trillions in debt to give billionaires and wealthy corporations another tax cut. The people do not want this bill. And so if the people do not want this bill, but they are trying to pass it, here's the question you got to ask yourselves at home. You have to ask yourselves, well, who are they working for? Who are they fighting for? Who do they think matters? Do you think they are working for you? This is a moral moment, and a budget is a moral document. And we have been summoned to this moment, people of faith and people of moral courage who claim no particular faith at all. And maybe because I was here yesterday and 8 years ago for a similar fight with faith leaders, maybe because I'm a preacher and it's Sunday, and I've been here instead of church. I have especially been thinking about those of us who are people of faith, people whose lives are informed by Scripture, people of the book. And maybe those of us who have different politics but read from the same book ought to spend some time together reading the book. Because I do sometimes wonder, and I say this with all humility, none of us owns the truth. But if I'm honest, there are days when I have to ask people of my faith tradition as a Christian, are we reading the same book? The book I know says, I was hungry and you fed me. I was sick, I was in prison, and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Inasmuch as you've done it to the least of these, you've done it also unto me. The book that I love says, learn to do good, seek justice, rescue the oppressed, defend the orphan, plead for the widow. Speak out for those who cannot speak, for the rights of the destitute. Speak out, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and the needy. My book says, whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord and will be repaid in full. The prophet Amos condemns those who buy the poor for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals. They sell the poor out and working class people for cheap. And for those of us who have a vote in this moment, for my colleagues who are swinging on a moral dilemma, I hear the prophet Micah say, he has already told you what is good. And what does the Lord require? But that you do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. May God be with our nation and grant us grace, wisdom, and courage for this moment. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, first I want to thank my colleagues, and especially just now my colleague from Georgia, for their work tonight, for their expression of what's at stake in this moment, and to Senator Warnock, I say thank you and amen. I'm here today because I'm joining the majority of Americans who are deeply alarmed by this plan from the President and his congressional allies, a plan that will make life less affordable for more Americans. When we return home for this 4th of July, it'd be nice to be able to tell our constituents that we came together and passed bipartisan legislation to help bring down costs for families. Instead, my colleagues who vote for this legislation will have to explain why, at a time when families' pocketbooks are strained, they chose to support a partisan bill to make American life even less affordable. What will America look like once this bill takes effect? Millions of people will have lost their health coverage, thanks to the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. More people won't be able to afford preventive care and cancer screenings, and more people will get sick. Healthcare premiums will surge for everyone because fewer people will have care and the number of uninsured Americans will increase. Rural hospitals will close their doors because they lost Medicaid reimbursements that help keep them afloat. More people, especially in states like mine, will have to make long car rides just to get to a hospital 50 miles away in those desperate moments when minutes feel like hours. and hours like eternities. Seniors will be thrown into grave peril because this bill threatens hundreds of billions in Medicare cuts. And once this plan eviscerates food assistance programs, it will be much harder for families to afford to put food on the table at a time when groceries are already far too expensive. Let there be no mistake, more families and children who today are being fed will go hungry. And all the while, our children will be burdened with trillions more in debt. In the name of what cause is all this done? Well, it's all to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. This bill will also make us an America where our people are less free. In New Hampshire, during my time as governor, we adopted Medicaid expansion with support from both political parties, and we balanced the budget at the same time. We understood that with health comes freedom, the freedom to work and provide for one's family, the freedom from disease and despair, the freedom that comes from, why do I even have to say this, being alive. Granite Staters also understood that a great country like ours treats its people with great dignity. In America, we don't sacrifice the health of our neighbors, we don't let families fall sick, and we do not imperil our economy, our debt, and our workforce just to pay for a tax giveaway for a billionaire. So what kind of country will we be with this bill? We will not only be less healthy, but we will be less prosperous and less free. In short, this bill is at odds with what we aspire to be as Americans. It's also worth noting how remarkably out of step this bill is with the American people's plea to bring down costs. In a democracy like ours, theoretically, the people's representatives pass legislation that reflects the aspirations of the majority. I say theoretically because clearly that is not what is happening today. Indeed, according to the data from the Joint Economic Committee minority, if one combines this bill with the president's tariffs, firefighters, truck drivers, and teachers, for instance, will lose $470 or more next year, while the top 0.1%, that's people who earn about $4 million or more, will be $348,000 richer. This bill would take away health care from tens of thousands of Granite Staters and would take a similar toll across the country. Indeed, in both Florida and Texas, the number of people who will lose their health insurance is greater than the entire population of New Hampshire. Millions of people losing care with a stroke of a pen. What have these people done to deserve that? All the American people are asking for is for us to help bring down costs. So the president and the Republicans in Congress take away their health care? Sometimes in Washington, we're faced with bills that fail to fully meet the moment, to be sure. But it is rare to find legislation like this, a bill that makes life less affordable during a time when Americans of every political stripe are crying out for lower costs. A bill that seems as if it was drafted just to make a mockery of the wills and wishes of the majority of people in this country. Lately, many of my colleagues and some political pundits have been talking about this bill as if it were inevitable, a runaway freight train so vast that it cannot be stopped. And in light of this inevitability, they suggest that some of the bill's deficiencies can just be overlooked. But of course, this bill was not inevitable, nor is it now. So let's be clear. Each and every senator in this body has free will, God-given free will, which means that the measures in this legislation that gut Medicaid weren't written by mistake or by chance. We didn't arrive at this day with a vote on this terrible budget bill by accident. Let's not delude ourselves. We're only here because a majority in this body decided to ignore the majority of the country and made a series of decisions. The Republican majority decided to gut Medicaid. They decided to take away health care from millions. They decided to raise insurance premiums for the rest of us. They decided that closed hospitals were a risk worth taking. They decided that taking food away from hungry kids was acceptable. They decided that trillions more in debt was not a problem. The Republican majority decided that depriving the American people of all these things and raising their costs were worth it, just as long as they paid for another tax break for billionaires. Because that's the bargain that this administration, along with my Republican colleagues, is forcing the American people to accept. Our people will be less healthy, our kids will have more debt, but the president and billionaires like him will get a tax break. Of course, part of what makes this bill so frustrating is that it includes some individual provisions that I've spent years trying to pass into law. This bill includes provisions I support, some even that I authored, like strengthening the R&D tax deduction to support our entrepreneurs and a tax cut for families to make child care more affordable. I also support this bill's provisions which would tackle our housing crisis by expanding the low-income housing tax credit to bring down the cost of housing, as well as a provision making mortgage insurance tax deductible so that it's easier to buy a home. And I'd support a bill with real tax cuts for the middle class and small businesses, unlike the token measures included in this bill. If my Republican colleagues worked across the aisle to draft a bill that brought this bipartisan approach to other critical areas, like health care and food assistance, I'd vote for it. Instead, my colleagues chose to take these common sense solutions hostage by linking every good idea to 3 bad ones, turning this into a purely partisan endeavor. So yes, I'm glad that some of these bipartisan provisions will be signed into law, but I regret that they aren't a part of a truly bipartisan effort because of the politics of division and destruction that President Trump brings to Washington. Now, I know that there are many areas of common ground with my Republican colleagues in this body, but it has become far too difficult to move forward on finding solutions when at every turn the president seems far more interested in demonizing and dividing rather than bringing people together, turning areas of agreement into weapons to force disagreement. Now that's exactly the kind of cynical politics of division that does lasting damage to our families, our economy, and our democracy. Now, President Trump likely will get this bill passed. He may get enough of the Republican caucus to stand in line once again to pass it, even though my Republican colleagues know that budget analysts have added up the financial cost of this bill and have told them that it adds trillions upon trillions to our national debt, burdening our children's future. But you know, as important as the debt is, it's not the only cost of passing this awful bill. There's another kind of cost, a cost not simply of dollars and cents. I shouldn't have to remind this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about the nature of this cost. They know it. But just to be clear, this tax break for corporate special interests and billionaires has a price that can't be summed up in a budget line or written off during tax season. Because when we debate health care in America, some dress up these discussions with words like reconciliation and program and discretionary spending. But what they're talking about is being sick and being healthy. What they're talking about, whether they want to admit it or not, is living and dying. So how much does this bill cost? The cost is millions of Americans losing their health care. The cost is countless families feeling the pain of higher insurance premiums. The cost is a mother being forced to choose between paying out of pocket for her own care or paying for groceries for her kids. It's a price that's exacted in cancers that go undetected. It's exacted in chronic illnesses that go untreated. It's exacted in the healthcare challenges in our country that continue to go unaddressed because we spend all our energies simply trying to keep our heads above water in floods of the president's own making. The price tag is more than dollars and cents. It includes the cost of losing more people from our workforce because they're too ill to work. It includes the gnawing pains of hunger and the slow toll of malnutrition that will come as food assistance programs are robbed. It includes the anguish of young parents no longer knowing how they will make ends meet. It includes the lost hopes and deferred dreams of people held back by illness. It includes the cost of having to say more early goodbyes. What is the price tag of this bill? The price, in the end, is the health and freedom of millions of Americans, a price that will be paid because somewhere on the road that brought us here in President Trump's Washington, some people decided that the health of some child or her mother may be dear, but it doesn't carry the same weight as a bigger tax return for a billionaire does. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam President. And the hour is late. I want to thank the presiding officer for being here. I'm glad to be here with my colleagues from New Hampshire and my neighbor from New Mexico. I want to thank the floor staff that's here tonight. And I would like to suggest, this is not the purpose of my speech, but the next time that senators make the suggestion that the floor staff should spend the entire night reading a bill here, that the senators actually read that bill instead of imposing that on the staff that's here. I think that would be a just thing for us to do and the appropriate and proper thing for us to do. Madam President, the last time that we were headed down this road, when Republicans were passing President Trump's 2017 deficit exploding tax cut, it didn't take a mathematical genius to figure out what was about to happen. I told the Senate at that time, as our debt grows, we will spend billions more, not on schools, roads, and innovation, but on interest costs. Worse, we're about to blow another hole in the debt without really helping the middle class. 8 years ago, I said, on top of that, we know that when deficits swell, as they surely will, cuts to Medicaid and Medicare are sure to follow, further burdening working families struggling to make ends meet. Well, here we are. That's exactly the story of this bill. Utterly predictable. This bill, which massively increases our deficit when our children can least afford it. The Republican senators passing this bill tonight or tomorrow morning, if they do, know they're doing it when we have already hit a new milestone for the first time in American history. Our interest payments, Madam President, exceed the amount that we spend on our national defense. For the first time, the American people, because of the irresponsibility in this chamber, are going to pay $1 trillion in interest. That is a massive number. That is essentially the same as what we spend on Medicare, what we spend on children and higher education together, what we spend on housing, bridges, broadband, ports, and highways combined. I want to be very clear tonight that over the years, Democrats and Republicans have pursued policies that have led to that $1 trillion in interest payments. There is no doubt about it. And it's worth thinking about what we could do if we hadn't made such fiscally irresponsible choices. Expand the child tax credit, as my colleague from Georgia said, and cut childhood poverty in half and hunger by a quarter. Build a modern energy grid to meet our expanding energy demands so Americans in cities and rural communities can enjoy affordable, reliable energy at home. Establish a healthcare system that the American people deserve, a modern system that people in other rich industrialized countries take for granted, a system that does not cost twice as much with worse outcomes, like in the United States of America, the richest country in the world, that forces parents to choose between their children's prescriptions and school supplies, that exhausts the American people who day after day after day have to fight endless negotiations with their insurance companies just to keep their children covered, that constantly threatens rural hospitals and clinics with closure in this country. No other rich country in the world puts up with that craziness. And we're spending twice as much as any other country in the world to get worse health care, worse outcomes, more scarcity. Every senator on this floor might make a different choice about the policies that they would enact, their preferred policies. But I doubt, Madam President, there is anybody here who is willing to go home and defend the virtues of wasting $1 trillion of the American people's money on interest payments. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office and outside groups like the Penn Wharton Budget Lab tell us that by the end of the next 10 years, we will have the highest debt ratio ever, eclipsing the debt our nation had in the 1940s. What was happening in the 1940s? That's when the greatest generation had borrowed money to defeat economic misery at home through the New Deal and European fascism by becoming the arsenal of democracy. Those were their receipts. Those were the receipts of a generation that understood its commitment to the next generation, to us. When we contemplate from this broken Senate the patriotic accomplishments of the greatest generation, what has always seemed particularly egregious to me have been the tax policy Republicans have passed 4 times since Ronald Reagan passed it in 1981. Every single time they made the same promises. Every time. Look it up. They made the same promises that their trickle-down tax policy would drive economic growth, cut our deficit, pay for themselves. Every time, including the recent Trump tax cut in 2017, these promises have been false. They've been false. That was 8 years ago. That wasn't a century ago. We know what the math is. Everybody in this room knows the deficit is far worse today than it was when Donald Trump passed those tax cuts. President Trump has had a very rare thing happen, which is he got to take 4 years off and come back and be president. The effect of the tax cuts he passed the last time that he said we're going to pay for themselves clearly have not. There's nobody in this chamber who can deny that. I always find it amazing when I hear these promises, why people make them if they know they're so false, over and over and over again. And I think the reason is, Madam President, that it is a way that politicians in Washington can avoid the objections that you could never get away with at home. Imagine for a minute if there were a mayor in America, any mayor, in any town, in Santa Fe, New Mexico, or in Lyman, Colorado, or in Los Angeles, California. It doesn't matter, Republican town or a Democratic town. Imagine if a mayor came to you, Madam President, and said, this town is going to borrow more money than we have ever borrowed before. That would worry you, that would worry me. And I think our first question would be to that mayor, okay, that worries me. What are you going to spend the money on that you're borrowing? Are you going to spend it on schools? No. Are you going to spend it on parks? No. Are you going to spend it on the water infrastructure that so many communities in New Mexico require? Are you going to spend it on the mental health crisis that our teenagers are facing because of our failure to address it? Are you going to spend it on infrastructure? And the answer to all those questions would be no. What are you going to spend the money on, Mr. Mayor? Well, the answer is I am going to give tax cuts to the 2 richest neighborhoods in town and hope that those trickle down to everybody else. That is the Republican tax policy. There's a reason why no mayor in America has ever done that. There is no mayor in America who has ever pursued trickle-down economics, because you would get run out on a rail. You would get run out on a rail if you went and said, we are going to borrow the most money that has ever been borrowed from our children to finance tax cuts for the richest neighborhoods in town. It makes no sense. It is preposterous. And yet that has been the argument since Ronald Reagan first said these tax cuts will be paid for. The economy will grow. There won't be a deficit. There's a reason we're paying more than $1 trillion in interest today, and that's because our deficits are enormous. Fortunately, and this is really important for the American people to understand, we still live in the strongest country in the world. We are in the world's richest economy. We have the most lethal military. Apart from our president, we have a national commitment to an independent judiciary, the rule of law, and low levels of corruption in our economy and in our society. We have unparalleled capital markets, cutting-edge innovation, and world-leading universities. We have all those things going for us, partly because the folks that came before us invested in those things and built those things and tended those things. But what we struggle with in our time is a sense among most Americans that they can't get ahead, that the American dream is farther and farther out of reach for themselves and for their family. And in my view, that is the biggest challenge our country faces. And in the face of this bill's ill-considered tax cuts to our health care, and in the face of this bill's ill-considered tax cut and cuts to our health care system, which is going to throw millions of people off their health care and make health care more expensive for everybody else. By the way, what's the logic of that? The logic of that is that when you throw people off their health care, they end up going to the emergency room to take care of themselves and take care of their families, just as anybody would. That's the most expensive care that anybody could have. That expense is then put into our insurance in our insurance policies, and all of us are going to pay more. You can't wish away people just because you throw them off health insurance. When other countries in the world, other wealthy, rich countries in the world have a system of insurance that basically guarantees health care and mental health care to their citizens. It's worth asking why we would throw our people off the not so great health insurance that they have. That's a good question. But it's particularly crazy when it just drives up the cost for everybody else. We need to deeply think about the challenges that our country is facing today. It's more unequal. The top 1% owns 30% of our nation's wealth, Madam President, and the bottom 50% owns 2.5%. The top 1% of Americans own 50% of the value of the stock market. The top 1% of Americans own 50% of the value of the stock market, while the bottom 50% owns just 1% of its value. Something that's really affecting my state is the nation's median home price is now 5 times higher than median family income. And as a result, the average first-time homebuyer is now 38 years old. Madam President, 38 years old versus 29 just a generation ago. Reading scores in our nation have hit a 20-year low. And perhaps most damning and perhaps most upsetting is that our lifespan has declined since the 1980s. We are now, on average, likely to die 6 years shorter than other people that live in wealthy countries around the world. If you're African American, your chance of dying is on average 12 years sooner than people living in the industrialized world. If we don't shift course soon, Madam President, we will be the first generation of Americans whose kids and grandkids will be worse off than we are. That has never happened before. We are on track for that to happen to our children. Many young people today can't afford to live on their own, and they may never be able to afford a house. They can't afford health care or child care. They can't count on a quality education for their children in too many parts of America. Some are really worried about whether they're going to be able to afford a child at all. If you haven't heard a family say that to you in your town halls or in your meetings, you haven't been paying attention. But instead of addressing any of these challenges, we are debating a bill tonight that will make the wealthiest Americans even wealthier and the poorest Americans even poorer, 500,000 of whom live in Colorado, while adding millions more to the debt which working Americans are going to have to pay back. That's what this Republican trickle-down economics comes down to. No matter how you dress it up, that's what it comes down to. Our generation has made some very bad choices when it comes to our children's future. This bill only makes matters worse for them. And all this debt will constrain the choices that they are going to be able to make for themselves. And that's a shame, Madam President. Because unlike us, perhaps they will aspire to following in the footsteps of the greatest generation to build a country where lifespans are growing, not falling, where economic mobility is rising, where poverty and economic anxiety are falling, where energy exports are increasing and emissions are decreasing, where quality health care and child care, education, and affordable housing are abundant, not scarce. It seems obvious to me, Madam President, that our child's ambition should be ours as well. Unfortunately, tomorrow, the Republican majority may pass a bill that takes us further in the wrong direction. In its wake and in its wreckage, Americans who do feel an obligation to the next generation are going to have to fight even harder to fulfill our duty. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from California.
Madam President, today we meet at the center of a great debate, at a crossroads that will determine the direction of the country for another generation. And this debate, this choice, goes to the heart of a central question that has been plaguing families in America over the last 3 decades, but that is now just coming to the forefront. And that question is this: if you are working hard in America, can you still earn a good living for yourself and your family? If you are working hard in America, can you still buy a home or pay your rent, buy your food and medicine, get the health care you need, afford fuel for your car, get a decent education, or go on a family vacation? And if the answer is no, and for all too many millions of people the answer is no, what do we do about it? When I was a kid, my father was in the clothing business. He was a traveling salesman and he made $18,000 a year. On the strength of that single income, my parents bought our first home for $18,000. He made $18,000 a year and he bought a home. My parents bought a home for $18,000. It was the American dream and it came true for our family. Today I'm a U.S. Senator. That too is part of the American dream, that anything is possible in this country. But could anyone buy a home for the cost of the annual income even of a U.S. Senator? Not a chance in the world. An average home in California costs 3 or 4 times that much. My kids are paying thousands and thousands of dollars a month in rent. Could they find a home for the cost of their annual income? There is even less of a chance of that. And what about your grandkids? At the rate we are going, at the rate housing prices are rising, what chance will they have to afford a home at any income? And of course, it's not just a home. Healthcare costs are rising even faster. Millions of families are only one healthcare crisis away from failing. And it's not their fault. It's not their fault. They are working hard, harder than ever, and they can't keep pace with rising premiums, out-of-pocket costs, hospital stays, drug costs, and charges at the emergency room. Energy prices are going up. It costs more to heat your home in the winter and a lot more to cool your home in the summer. Utility bills have been rising by double digits, while incomes have remained comparatively flat. It's too much. It's too much. Now, why is this coming to a head now? Why, when we're not in a Great Depression, not even a Great Recession, although with Trump's destructive tariff wars, we may get there soon enough, why now? Why now is this coming to a head? And the answer is that people feel more squeezed than ever, more pressure than ever, more like a failure than ever because they're doing their best, working their hardest, and they are still hanging by a thread. And you know something? It's not their fault. It's not their fault. They are doing everything they can to provide for their families, and it's just not enough. It's not their fault, but it is someone's fault. It is someone's responsibility. There is someone who should be held accountable for the fact that this generation is the first to renege on a compact between generations that we would leave the country better off to the next generation than the one that came before. And you know who that someone is? It is us. It is us. The world has changed, the nature of work has changed, and we have not changed with it. We have not kept pace, and in too many ways, through our policy failures, we have moved the country in the wrong direction. And the question before us today is whether we continue to barrel down that track towards higher home prices, bigger health care costs, more hunger and greater hardship, or whether we change direction. Much too late, yes, requiring an even more profound course correction, certainly, but finally steer this country to a better quality of life for all of our citizens. Is this bill that change in direction? Does it lead our country on a new path towards affordability and prosperity? And the answer, the simple, terrible, but clear as day answer is no. It most emphatically does not. No, it does nothing to bring down costs. No, it does nothing to make it easier for your kids or mine to buy a house, pay their rent, buy groceries, afford their medicine, or fill up the car for a family vacation. Instead, it throws more coal in the engine, barreling down a track to nowhere. Donald Trump promised he wouldn't cut Medicaid, but this bill cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid. It is shredding the president's commitment made again and again. In January, the president said Republicans will love and cherish Medicaid. In February, he said, we're not going to touch it. Even a few weeks ago, the president said, we're not changing Medicaid, we're leaving it. But we see in the black and white in this text they released in the dark of night that simply isn't true. This bill will result in millions losing their health care from cuts to Medicaid. We know that. The Republicans know that. Tom Tillis has made this point over and over again tonight, as have other Republicans in this body. This bill will close down hospitals in the poorest counties and states. It will raise health care costs for families everywhere and by the thousands of dollars. It takes food away from the hungry. It kills clean energy so that we have to rely on oil and gas for everything, enriching that industry and impoverishing the rest of us with higher prices at the pump. It raises taxes on working families and the middle class while lowering taxes on the very wealthy and corporations. If you are in the top 0.1% of income earners making more than $5 million a year, you will get a $346,000 tax cut. How is that fair? How is that right? And it borrows the money from our kids to pay for that $346,000 tax cut, to pay for the habits of really rich people. Where is the fairness, the morality in that? When is enough enough? My father was part of the greatest generation. We, would appear, are part of the most selfish. And I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with it. What happened to any sense of responsibility in this generation? What happened to love of country? Can we love our country and impoverish it? Can we love our children and grandchildren if we take from them only to give to ourselves? In this bill, we borrowed trillions from our kids. And for what? So the rich can have a bigger boat? So corporate CEOs can have more money? So a company can buy back more of its stock? So we can be richer than our neighbor while his neighbor has no home at all? The test of our progress, Franklin Roosevelt said in 1937, is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. Last week, a landscaper in Los Angeles was tackled to the ground because he was undocumented. He's the father of 3 Marines. 3 Marines. When one of those Marines was finally able to speak to his father after his detention, he had one ask of his son: please go back to the work site and finish the job. That was his ask. That is the work ethic that has made this country great, not the ethic that brought him to the ground. Raising 3 Marines, that is the patriotism that has made this country great, not the rancor that beat him while he lay there. But if this bill is not the answer, and it most certainly is not, if this bill only makes matters worse, far worse, then what is the answer? What direction shall we go? How can we begin to make the country work for people once again? Well, we can give instead of take. We can build instead of tear down. We can recapture once again the sense of possibility in this country. If Eisenhower was part of the generation that won the war and built the roads and highways, let us be the generation that wins the peace by creating the next giant boom in housing in America, making the investment necessary, tapping into the great potential of the government and industry working together, breaking down each obstacle in the way, millions and millions of new homes that my children can afford and your children. Let us build new hospitals instead of closing them down, and in so doing, bring the cost of healthcare down with them. Let us train new doctors and nurses so it is not so expensive to visit them, and new home healthcare workers to take care of us even as we take care of them. Let us grow more food and feed more people at home and abroad and bring down the cost of our groceries. Let us thank our farm workers instead of chasing them through the fields to separate them from those they love. None of this is beyond our capacity. It may mean that we can't afford yet another tax break for the wealthy, or a giveaway to the oil industry, or a giveaway to any other industry and its corporate titans. It may call for some sacrifice on our part, but a fraction of what our parents and grandparents gave to this country. It means that we pay more attention to our kids and their needs and less our own, that we once again show concern and compassion for our neighbor, and remember that we were once strangers in a strange land, that we show humility about our own achievements and recognize that none of us got here on our own, that all of us can prosper without someone else being made to suffer. You know, the way it used to be, the way it could be once again. Madam President, I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from New Mexico.
President, I've heard several of my colleagues speak tonight about what this bill means for Americans all across America. Now, each of us has a responsibility to ask whether this bill meets the needs of the people that we're honored to serve. Now, I grew up on a small farm, as many of you know, working the land, caring for animals, sometimes even cleaning barns. And I can tell you, this bill does not pass the smell test. For New Mexicans, hardworking people, this bill does not help our families get ahead. New Mexicans work hard. Folks are not looking for a handout. New Mexicans are the type of people who would give you the shirt off their back if you needed it. It's just who we are, and I'm proud of it. But sometimes people fall in hard times. And I'll remind you all that this could happen to any of us. We might need medical care. We might need help putting food on the table. maybe support to care for a loved one, or just want enough security to know that a job will be there for us. Some claim that this bill will help Americans, which we know is not the truth. Because from where I stand, there is very little in this legislation that helps hardworking New Mexicans. Now, it's important that this debate is happening because now New Mexicans and people all across America can clearly see what's in this bill and what's not. As has been said time and time again this evening, the vast majority of this legislation benefits the ultra-wealthy, the wealthiest 0.1%, getting over $250,000 back in their pocket. Can you believe this? How many people might not make that in a lifetime? An extra $250,000 in their pockets. That's what this bill's about. Now, meanwhile, it does not help farmers. It does not support teachers or children. Nothing for New Mexico seniors who rely on Medicaid and SNAP, and nothing for New Mexicans who served our country and deserve our care in return. New Mexicans are hardworking people who believe in the values of loving your neighbor, following what the Bible teaches us. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. This bill goes against everything New Mexicans stand for. It's not honest, it's not caring, and it's not fair. Now, I've heard my colleagues try to claim that this bill does not cut assistance. That's a lie. It's not true. This bill cuts more than $1 trillion from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and Medicaid, for crying out loud. Senate Republicans are gutting the Affordable Care Act and ripping health care away from over 17 million Americans. Now, a few of my colleagues across the aisle have spoken with some clarity, saying out loud what we all know to be true. One Republican senator warned about SNAP, about these cuts, saying, quote, if we don't watch out, people are going to get hurt. Another Republican colleague said of Medicaid, quote, we can't be cutting health care for working people and for poor people in order to constantly give special tax treatment to corporations. Now, that same senator went on to say that, quote, slashing health insurance for the working poor is morally wrong. That's right. I wish more of them spoke with that clarity. At least a few of them are saying out loud what the rest of America is thinking. Now is the time for more courage, though. The courage to put people first. My colleagues all have a chance to vote against this legislation. They all have a chance to vote for amendments that will say, hands off Medicaid. Don't cut those nutrition programs that one senator said are going to hurt people if we don't watch out. This bill takes food from the mouths of New Mexican children and takes care away from New Mexicans who are sick. And it's not just New Mexico. These cuts will hurt people in every state. My Republican colleagues, to lock up one more vote, offered something called the polar payoff, a carve-out for one state. Now look, these carve-outs are an admission that this bill will leave people hungry and without care, plain and simple. Otherwise, why would they want to carve out for their state? Why was this carve-out added? Because this scam of a bill cuts funding for rural hospitals and the programs that feed children and families in need. For our rural communities out there, for the farmers and ranchers who grow our food, this bill will hurt your bottom line while closing rural hospitals, closing rural grocery stores. For families who rely on SNAP, this bill means less food on the table and more children going to bed hungry, all while making health care, especially emergency care, harder to access. That is what this bill does to hardworking Americans. And I'm not even mentioning the Americans who currently have health care but will no longer be able to afford it because of this bill. Those of you watching at home tonight who do not think this impacts you, it just might. Earlier this week, I had the honor of speaking with a healthcare worker from Las Cruces, Julie. Julie traveled all the way from New Mexico to Washington, D.C. to tell Congress not to mess with her family's Medicaid. Like many of her colleagues, she had a story to share. Now, Julie's son received mental health care through Medicaid. When that coverage was cut, Julie lost her son. Soon after, her daughter was diagnosed with a serious condition that required immediate care. Now, without Medicaid, her daughter may not have survived either. Just think about that. Let it sit in. New Mexicans understand the responsibility of looking after family. Like so many families in New Mexico and across the country, I grew up helping to take care of my grandparents, Grandma Nestora and Grandpa Celedon, my dad's parents. Now, when my other grandparents, Grandpa Luis and Grandma Cleotilde, were victims of a terrible car accident, I watched my mom, my uncles, my aunts, and my cousins show what grace looks like, what love feels like, what compassion really means. Now, this bill is a direct attack on those values. Values of helping one another and shared sacrifice. There's no shared sacrifice in this bill, only more handouts for the wealthy. There is nothing in this bill that shows that we are all looking out for our neighbors across America. And like so many Americans, I'm so deeply concerned about the price tag. This bill would add more than $3 trillion to the national debt. Now, to people watching, this is not just a number. It affects your everyday life. Higher interest rates. Think about your credit cards, your car loans, your mortgages if you're fortunate to have one. This bill is going to make your life more expensive. It's a total betrayal of our constituents. So to the American people, hear me when I say keep speaking. You've done it before. The American people, all of you that spoke up, you helped stop the sale of our public lands. You made your voices impossible to ignore. Now, this bill is not the law of the land yet. But if we stay silent, it will be. So keep organizing, keep calling, and keep showing up. Because part of our responsibility as American citizens is to protect one another, to stand by one another, to treat others the way that we want to be treated. The golden rule. It's not hard. We all have a responsibility to stand up when something this dangerous threatens our neighbors, our values, and our future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today to lift up the fact that this reconciliation bill will do real harm to countless American families. It's not theoretical or hypothetical. Families are hurting right now. The opiate crisis that has ravaged large parts of my state, mental health crisis that people across this country are so concerned about and are begging for help about. And so many other challenges that are out there. Every single family knows the fear of a health crisis. Like Susan, a mother I met at a town hall down in Egg Harbor. A town hall that was part of a series of town halls that I did, trying to highlight the challenges that so many families are facing. And in this crowded room of over hundreds of people, a woman named Susan shared her story. A mom of a 24-year-old son with Down syndrome. They used Medicaid to be able to cover his care. She broke down at the weight of her fear and worry of her child, something a lot of us can relate to. She said to me that this is the face of Medicaid. And as I went over to give her a hug, I remember what she said, "It's real." And it is real. And I know everyone in here knows that. I know because offices on both sides of the aisle are getting the same calls. Our phone systems broke down because of the overwhelming volume of people calling and literally begging us not to do this. Begging us to protect Medicaid so their kids can see the doctors. Begging us not to cut SNAP benefits so their students can have access to healthy food. It is a humbling experience seeing a parent begging for the resources to take care of their sick child. And yet, as I look around, I see far too many people rushing through this process to get it done, with little care about the resulting impact it will have, generational damage that will be done, while we are rushing through, barreling through, without the ability to properly debate this. Well, I want you to know, the people in New Jersey, the people in this country, this budget represents an abandonment by their government. And this will hurt everyone we are supposed to be helping. Some of the people that could be impacted the most are people within the disability community. Hundreds of thousands of people in New Jersey with disabilities rely on Medicaid for coverage. Over 15 million across our country, including a man named Tom Spadaro, a disability advocate in Ocean County, New Jersey, who joined me for a town hall. After a gun accident when he was 11, Tom is a total quadriplegic, dependent on a ventilator and others. Medicaid helped him go to school, then college, and in his own words, has given him dignity. When talking about this bill that we are debating here today, he said, quote, "If I lose Medicaid, I feel like I'm getting shot in the head again. This time, it's not a bullet, it's legislation." I want his words to echo through this chamber today for everyone to hear. If this budget passes, families in every single state across this country will feel these cuts long after the media and the Trump administration have decided it's time to move on and get over it. A cancer patient doesn't just move on when they have to delay treatment because they've lost insurance coverage, when a family has to upend their lives to become caregivers to their parents because they can't afford elder care, when a hospital closes and the new closest emergency room is hours away after the child is in an accident and needs help now, not in 5 hours, they won't get over it. America will feel this long after Donald Trump is no longer in the White House, and they will remember what has happened to their lives because of it. Now, there's some people listening who might not think that this is going to affect them. But these cuts to health care in this bill are so dramatic that it's going to have an impact that reverberates all throughout our communities. I talked to a hospital leader in New Jersey who said that these cuts could be so devastating for their revenue because of how much they get through Medicaid reimbursements that they're not sure that they're going to be able to keep their doors open. A hospital, not certain that they can keep their doors open. This is not the only story like this across my state, across the country. Whether it's rural hospitals or suburban or urban, we're going to have a lot of challenges that are going to reverberate beyond just those on Medicaid. It's going to affect every single one of us. and raise prices at the same time. Losing that critical care in communities not only abandons people in their time of most need, but it leaves a tragic ripple effect on others and other hospitals. So today I'm putting forward an amendment to this bill that would stop this from happening and directly take out the parts of this bill that would force hospital closures and reduce access to affordable health care for so many across this country. In no reality should we be helping billionaires send their rockets to outer space while turning people away at hospitals. And yet this is the reality we find ourselves in, deciding how much care is acceptable to take away from families across New Jersey to fit a budget line, or how many patients can be turned away from life-saving medication just so that the wealthy can have a nice tax break. A doctor in Frenchtown shared some profound words with my office. She said, Medicaid is a reflection of our values. It's how we show up for each other when life gets hard. Well, what does it say about our nation as we were having this debate that could very well take $1 trillion out of Medicaid? About those who need the care the most, as if they're just expendable, as if they are just some remainder on the equation of capitalism that is just pushed to the wayside, as just an inevitability, as a shrug of the shoulder of our society and say, I'm sorry for what happened to you, without a care and an extended arm and a hand to reach out and pull them up. Let's be very clear. This bill will cause prices to drive up. In New Jersey alone, over 454,000 families will see higher costs in premiums, according to the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance, which is why I'm introducing an amendment to make sure this bill wouldn't raise these costs by striking provisions that would increase premiums or out-of-pocket costs under Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and some private insurance marketplaces too. We cannot allow billionaires to get richer while working families are seeing drastic increases to their premiums or out-of-pocket costs. Costs to keep their children healthy as we deal with the worst measles epidemic in decades. Costs to afford their kids medicine while we see our government attacking science and fact, making parents have to work that much harder to keep their children safe. With all the challenges we are dealing with right now, it's painful to think through what will happen if this bill goes into effect. And the fact that these healthcare cuts will increase our gaps, worsen conditions for our vulnerable communities, including children. If we can't stand up for them, for our children, who are we willing to stand up for? And as I said at the beginning, every family has a healthcare story. Everyone has felt overwhelmed in the face of sickness and injury. Just a year ago, my father took a fall. I got the call while I was on the campaign trail, rushed down to the hospital. But even after the surgery, what we learned is there was an even more debilitating challenge that we face, a cognitive decline as my father is descending into dementia. I just spent Father's Day weekend with my father, the entire weekend. But it was in the emergency room as he had twice fallen in 2 days, 2 separate trips to the emergency room. My family is overwhelmed right now. We struggle to think through his needs that go far beyond what we can be able to provide, goes far beyond what Medicare can provide. And it's not just my father and my family. We have failed seniors. We have failed as we have failed to plan and create a place for elder care in this country that preserves a foundation of dignity and decency for everybody. And when you are in the trenches fighting for your own life or gripping the hand of a loved one struggling, the last thing you want to think about is worrying if you're eligible for this treatment or that. You want to be able to provide what it takes for your loved one to survive, to be able to go a little further, spend a little more time on this planet with us, and to grow our love deeper. And we think about that, and then we ask ourselves, well, why is this bill happening? Why are these cuts happening? It's not to bring down the deficit. Instead, it's going to balloon the deficit by trillions of dollars. Who among us in this country think that the problems that we face as a nation is because the wealthiest among us don't have enough? The distrust in government right now, it's not because politics isn't doing enough to help the most well-off in our country, the billionaires and the millionaires. I ask my colleagues to find the courage to do the right thing. I want us to bring back to 2017, in this very chamber, as senators gathered to decide the fate of the Affordable Care Act, which was at the time hanging by a thread. Many of my colleagues here in this chamber were also on the floor at that time. I was not. I was a regular citizen, angry at what I was seeing unfolding, watching it on my phone. A citizen that felt so detached from what was happening on this chamber. I remember thinking to myself, how could the Senate be seriously considering doing such harm to this country, to so many Americans, by trying to gut pre-existing condition protections, the Affordable Care Act, so much others? I asked myself, am I missing something? Am I missing information to understand why it is that this is even happening? And we saw rushed conversations, and we saw people running back and forth. And we also saw Senator John McCain step up and signal with his arm that he did not stand for this. Senator McCain's vote was a rare moment of doing what you know is right, even when you're surrounded by noise telling you it's wrong. It's surreal now finding myself on the floor of the Senate in a similar moment in our own nation's history, when so much on the line with this vote, and I look around this chamber and yet again think the exact same questions from 8 years ago. How can the Senate seriously be considering gutting care for so many? And now, with the benefit of being here and the conversations and the information, I'm still left with this question of, am I missing something? How is it that such an esteemed body that is meant to protect the American people, in this chamber where so many decisions have been made to protect the American people, that we are on the cusp of doing something that will do generational damage to so many American families? This vote before us seems as surreal and reckless from within this chamber as it does from outside. But while the problem is the same, so is the solution. It is about courage. The courage John McCain had. The courage that so many of my constituents have. So many people who have called and shared their personal stories, stories about their family's health they probably have never told anybody. But they feel so desperate right now to do something that they are willing to open themselves up. Be able to pull back the curtain of the dangers and the pain that they have endured. To be able to try to do anything to stop this bill from hurting Americans. That is courage. And it's courage about standing up against the big money and the special interest, and sometimes it feels insurmountable. And I say to my colleagues here today that you won't be remembered by whether or not you pass this bill on President Trump's timeline, or you feign concern about constituents just to be able to stab them in the back later. You'll be remembered by your courage to stand up and say no. You'll be remembered by your courage to speak out for the people, not just the few who have paid, but for all of us. You'll be remembered in the same way as our former colleague was remembered by what he did 8 years ago. I urge you to remember that this job is bigger than all of us, bigger than any one man, any one party. It is about using our vote and our courage to make lives better for those that we represent. History and the American people are watching. You still have time. You still have power. I still believe in this chamber and believe it can be a force for good. Let us use it for the children, for the disabled, for those not in this room. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to the reconciliation bill before us. But before I get to my objections over the substance of this historic attack on working and middle-class families, I want to speak for a minute as the ranking member of the Rules Committee. And I need to address how Republicans are abusing the process to get here. They're breaking the Senate rules to hide the true costs of the bill. For the second time in just 6 weeks, the Republican majority is going nuclear on the Senate rules. And they're doing it with the same purpose, to avoid the 60-vote threshold of the filibuster in order to pass a very unpopular agenda. Now, I know oftentimes we're advised against getting into quote-unquote process, because most people may not care about process or understand process, but in this particular case, it serves to underscore the significance of the damage that this bill represents, the procedural lengths to which the Republican majority is going to try to get this done. And I do have to say it's a little surprising because it was just in May that Senate Leader Thune unequivocally said, quote, "While Republicans are in charge, the legislative filibuster will remain in place," end quote. If we go back to January, he was asked about this because folks kind of had a sense that this might be coming. He said then about overruling the Senate parliamentarian, quote, "That's totally akin to killing the filibuster. We can't go there. People need to understand that," end quote. But now Republicans are trying to do exactly that, to hide behind the technical language of Senate procedure to harm working families. And no, like I said, it's not the first time. Just last month, Republicans voted to override the very plain language of the Congressional Review Act. And they voted to overrule the parliamentarian to repeal California's Clean Air Act standards with a simple majority vote. Fast forward to today, they're running the same play, this time with trillion-dollar consequences, not just air quality and public health consequences. See, colleagues and folks watching at home, budget reconciliation is the most powerful expedited procedure statute on the books. You can do a lot with a simple majority and avoid the filibuster, but you have to do it by the rules of reconciliation. But today, the Republican majority wants to extend trillions of dollars of tax cuts for President Trump's billionaire friends and extend those tax cuts permanently. That's not just terrible, terrible policy. It's against the Senate rules. The Congressional Budget Act says clearly that reconciliation bills cannot increase the debt beyond 10 years. Now, it doesn't take a Nobel Prize-winning economist to know that a permanent trillion-dollar tax cut would do exactly that. And so once again, following the same playbook they did last month, the majority is going to twist the rules to try to find a way. They're again ignoring the guidance from the parliamentarian's office that doesn't fit their agenda. And they're setting yet another new precedent for this body. Not only continue to overrule the parliamentarian, but to ignore adding trillions of dollars of costs under the, quote, current policy baseline. As we did during the Clean Air Act debate last month, I and my Democratic colleagues will once again remind our Republican colleagues that sooner or later Democrats will be back in the majority. By then, the American people will have felt the pain of this bill, but we'll make sure that they understand just how hard you tried to work to hide it from them. Democrats will not let the American people forget what Senate Republicans do this week. Now on to the substance of budget reconciliation. Mr. President, how many times have we heard the Trump administration these past few months say that they're focused on fraud, waste, abuse? Now, these are the buzzwords that they turn to when they're trying to bat away questions or when Americans are trying to get clarity on whether the life-saving services that they depend on are about to get cut. But in reality, what we're seeing happen this week is one of the biggest acts of fraud in American history playing out right before our very eyes. With the bill under debate today, and it is past midnight, so we're into Tuesday, so I can still say today, Donald Trump and his billionaire allies are literally stealing from working families in order to reduce the amount of taxes that they would have to pay. Literally robbing from the poor to give to the rich. And for anyone really wondering whether they would actually do that, we know that they will, because they've done it before. In 2017, during the first Trump presidency, Republicans seemed fine, saying they could afford hundreds of billions of dollars in permanent tax cuts for large corporations. I remember the arguments back then. This is going to grow the economy, they said. In time, it will reduce the debt, they said. That didn't happen. So today, now they're arguing that we can't afford programs that keep kids from going hungry. We can't afford the programs that keep lights on in emergency rooms. It's outrageous. In 2025, so many working families are struggling to keep up with the rising costs from Trump's chaotic tariff wars, with prices going up for groceries and other everyday goods. Many are working long hours and still struggling to make ends meet or to afford care for their loved ones. I get it. I've been there. Colleagues, as I've shared with you before, I'm the proud son of working-class parents who came to the United States from Mexico in the 1960s. I'll remind you that for 40 years, my father worked as a short-order cook, and my mom cleaned houses. On those modest salaries, they raised my sister, my brother, and I in the proud working-class community of Pacoima, California. And I remember what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck. I know how unnerving it could be, for example, when the car broke down and you listened and witnessed your parents debate because, on the one hand, maybe they couldn't afford the cost of repairing the car right away. But they also realized that they couldn't afford to not fix the car because they had to get to work. And I know that there's so many Americans in communities like the one I grew up in that aren't looking for handouts. That's not what we're arguing or debating in this bill. Americans just want a fair chance to work hard and provide for their family. There's pride and dignity in working hard and providing for families. That's part of the American dream. People just want a fair playing field. In a country with as much promise and profit as the United States of America, that shouldn't be too much to ask for. But not only would the Republican budget reconciliation bill be one big handout for the wealthiest Americans, it would actually make life harder for working families in order to pay for it. That's wrong, and it's cruel. At its very core, just like Trump did in 2017 with the help of Republicans in Congress, this bill is fundamentally about one thing and one thing only: cutting taxes for the wealthiest Americans and big corporations. How else do you explain the fact that the top 0.1% will see a tax cut of more than $250,000 a year, while millions of American households will actually see a reduction in their annual income or take-home pay? That's because to pay for the massive handouts to the wealthy, Republicans are gutting health care and cutting services that so many working families depend on. And they're twisting themselves into knots in order to cut around $1 trillion in health care. Cuts that would leave 16 million Americans without health insurance. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about children, Americans with disabilities, hardworking families who don't deserve to be kicked off their health insurance just so billionaires can pay less in taxes. These devastating cuts, by the way, will also close rural hospitals around the country, including in California, where so many are already struggling just to keep the doors open. And for folks listening to the debate thinking that, well, if I'm not on Medicaid, then this may not apply to me, this isn't going to hurt me, let me remind you that if your local hospital that relies on Medicaid dollars is forced to cut services or cut staff or even close its doors as a result, then yes, you too will be hurt. But the bill doesn't stop there. In this bill, Republicans cut SNAP, nutrition assistance, that critical lifeline that so many count on to literally feed their families. How much more cruel can you get? But wait, there's more. Republicans are also rolling back the historic progress we've made investing in our transition to a clean energy economy, targeting the millions of clean energy jobs that are fueling innovation and helping us stay ahead of China. The cuts to clean energy that Republicans are making in this bill will lead to higher energy costs, higher electricity bills for so many families. I'm reminded that this last November, so many voters went to the polls and voted hoping for lower prices. They were desperate and looking for relief, and that's what motivated their votes. But this bill does the opposite. So I have to wonder, for my Republican colleagues, who are supporting this measure, who is it that you're fighting for? Did any of you really come to Congress to take food away from the hungry? To take care away from sick children? What are you proposing be done here? Now, I've seen Republicans go back and forth on this bill for months now, I'm sure trying to decide just how much they can try to get away with. And I've heard some of the arguments that they plan to make to justify voting for this bill. Some of them will argue that we need this bill because we need to reduce the deficit. Talk about misleading. This bill adds trillions, yes, trillions of dollars to our nation's debt. So even when they try to twist the numbers and come up with the funny math, it doesn't even result in deficit reduction. And you know how you can tell? Because the Republicans included a $5 trillion increase to the debt limit in this bill. If the bill and the cuts included in the bill indeed reduce the deficit, as they claim it does, they wouldn't have needed to raise the debt limit in the process. So let's be clear. Republicans who are voting for this bill know full well it will hurt so many of their constituents. That's why behind closed doors you have Republicans handing out flyers that show just how devastating Medicaid cuts will be in states represented by Republicans. Or we hear they're discussing the burden that SNAP cuts will have on state and local governments. But because the leader of their party wants to sign this bill to celebrate the 4th of July this year, many of them will vote yes. But I'll ask again, who is this bill in service of? Who are you standing up for? Who are you fighting for? I'll tell you who I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for people like Jesus da Costa from San Diego, a home care provider who in 2016, because of his mother's full-time, who became his mother's full-time care provider when she was tragically hit by a car and became disabled. Jesus can't hold a full-time job and carry all the responsibilities of looking after his mother. So for both Jesus and his mother, Medicaid has been a lifeline. I'm fighting for him. I'm fighting for people like Tina Ewing Wilson in the Inland Empire, who remembers what it was like the last time her Medicaid benefits were cut. Tina struggles with seizures and developmental disabilities and requires care 24/7. But when the Great Recession hit and Medicaid cuts followed, Tina knew she could only afford her care by offering free room and board to caregivers. Caregivers who went out to abuse drugs and alcohol and took advantage of her financially. Tina's terrified of that possibly happening again if these Republican cuts to Medicaid impact her. I'm fighting for her. And I'm fighting for the families I met at Rady Children's Hospital, where over half of all patients are covered by Medicaid. And I'm fighting for the nurses and the caregivers who fear for their patients. They care for their patients, but they're fearing for their patients because of these proposals. For every parent across the country who's working their tail off to put food on the table for their children, but every now and then may need a helping hand. If you see these Americans, if you have constituents with similar experiences in your state, and still think that they should have less of our help, not more, then I guess we came to Congress for different reasons. If you've seen So many corporations, profits soaring, and the wealth inequality in our country growing, and think that billionaires need more tax relief, then I guess we came to Congress for different reasons. And if this week you'll vote to rip these critical lifelines away from millions of Americans because you somehow think it's the right political calculation, then surely we came to Congress for different reasons. Colleagues, it's crystal clear. I urge you to vote no on this bill and stand with me, stand with us, stand up for working families. That's what I plan to do. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 9 a.m.